Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was rejected by his soulmates? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. January 11th, the day everything changed. The snow fell in lazy spirals, soft and unbothered by the chaos in Izuku's chest. The alley was quiet, tucked away behind rows of buildings slick with frost and salt. The world was dull gray slush and iron skies. Until it wasn't. Until Katsuki Bakugo turned the corner. And the world exploded in light. Izuku stumbled back, gasping, his vision flooded with gold and ember. The glow around Kaken was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Celestial. Blinding. Beautiful. It burned around his childhood friend like a wildfire halo, powerful and radiant and undeniable. He blinked hard, but it didn't go away. He felt it too deep in his chest, like the missing piece of him had finally clicked into place. A warmth that melted the ache he hadn't realized he'd been carrying for 9 years. Katsuki froze. He saw it too. Their eyes locked and Izuku swore. For a moment, Katsuki softened. Something flickered in his crimson eyes, caught between awe and panic. "I don't want this," Katsuki said coldly. Izuku flinched. "Kaken, I don't want you." And just like that, the warmth shattered. Izuku's breath hitch tried to come, but it wouldn't. His chest seized, lungs clenching like fists. He staggered, fingers clawing at his ribs as the light cracked and dimmed, bleeding out like a dying sun. The pain was instant. No warning. No mercy. It hurt. It was worse than any explosion. Worse than Katsuki's worst insults. This was agony, like something sacred had been torn from inside him. His knees hit the icy pavement. His vision blurred. "KC catch Kaken," he gasped, voice shredded, begging without realizing. But Katsuki didn't turn back. The light still clung to him as he walked away, less brilliant now, flickering like a haunted flame. Izuku watched it go, tears burning, chest splintering, the rejection still howling in his veins. And then, the air shifted. Garbage bins clattered. Loose gravel shook. A drain pipe ripped free from the wall. Everything around him rose. The pain inside him had cracked something loose, and his Quirk woke up. He didn't notice. Not yet. He was on his hands and knees, sobbing, screaming, choking on the pain of a bond not just refused but ripped apart by the person he had loved since they were toddlers. Telekinesis swirled around him like a storm, wild and untethered soda cans, snow, street signs all trembling in the air. A mirror shattered in the window overhead. Still, Izuku didn't see. He was too lost in the agony of being unwanted. Too blind to see that even in his rejection, the glow still pulsed around Katsuki's retreating form, dimmer, sadder, but undeniably there. And far, far away, someone else's light flared to life. But they weren't ready yet. Not yet. Izuku didn't remember passing out. 1 second he was in the alley, curled in on himself, lungs refusing to work. And the next, he was waking up on cold pavement, body aching, face damp with half-frozen tears. His hands shook as he sat up. His whole body felt wrong, too heavy, too light. The pain in his chest still pulsed, a phantom echo of the rejection that cracked him open. The glow was gone from the world. Even the sky looked dimmer now. His legs barely worked, but he forced them to move. 1 foot in front of the other. The walk home felt like miles. His arms hung limp at his sides. The snow clung to his clothes, half melted and refreezing. His vision blurred with new tears, but he didn't blink them away. He let them fall, each one heavier than the last. He opened the front door, and Inko's voice rang from the kitchen, bright and worried. "Welcome home, sweetie. You're late with school, okay? Did something happen?" He didn't answer. Didn't even glance at her. He walked past her with hollow eyes and dragging steps, his shoes leaving a trail of slush on the floor. Inko turned, confused, her smile faltering as she watched her son move like a ghost. "Izuku?" His bedroom door closed with a soft click. And then the dam broke. He threw himself onto his bed, burying his face in the pillow as the sobs tore through him, violent, breathless, raw. His whole body shook with the force of it. The pain wasn't just emotional, it was physical. His chest still spasmed, his ribs ached, and every part of him missed something he never even had. Kaken had seen the glow. He'd felt it. And he left anyway. Izuku curled tighter around his pillow, trying to keep quiet so his mom wouldn't hear. But his muffled sobs leaked through anyway, aching, broken things that clawed their way out of his throat. He wanted to disappear. He wanted the pain to stop. He didn't know about the floating things in his room, the pens, notebooks, books, and small figurines gently lifting off the shelves, vibrating in sync with his heartbeat. He didn't know the pain had awakened something in him. All he knew was the pillow was wet. His chest hurt. And Kaken didn't want him. The next morning was hollow. Izuku moved through the motions like a machine, brushed his teeth, pulled on his uniform, packed his bag. His eyes were red and puffy. His body ached, not from any injury but from something deeper, bone-deep sorrow that made every step feel like he was wading through sludge. Inko asked if he was okay. He lied and said he was fine. She didn't believe him, but she let him go. The walk to school felt longer than usual. People passed him by, laughing, talking alive. And Izuku, he felt nothing. Not the cold biting at his fingers, not the breeze tugging at his curls. The only warmth he had ever known came from the glow, and now it was just a scar etched into his soul. When he entered class, the whispers started immediately. Katsuki was already there. Izuku froze for a moment in the doorway, the pain in his chest flaring as he saw him. The glow was still faint, dimmed, but present. But Izuku ignored it, just like he ignored the way Katsuki refused to look at him. "Hey Deku," someone sneered from the back. "Still crying about being useless?" Katsuki didn't stop them. If anything, he added fuel to the fire. "You know what?" he spat, pushing back from his chair as Izuku walked by. "Maybe he's not just quirkless. Maybe he's glowless too." Izuku blinked, eyes flickering for just a second. Katsuki met his gaze. It was quick, too quick for anyone else to catch, but the message was clear. "Say one word and I'll ruin you. Can you imagine?" Katsuki continued, loud now, eyes glinting with something cruel and scared and sharp. "A loser like him being someone's soulmate? Bet his glow never even showed up. Too pathetic. No one want to be stuck with that." The class laughed. Izuku didn't. He just walked past Katsuki like he was invisible. Sat at his desk. Opened his notebook with quiet hands. But inside? Inside he was screaming. Not from the words. But because part of him still wanted him. Because the glow was still there. Because even now he loved him. And Katsuki? Katsuki was cracking too. He didn't show it, not on the outside. Not as he shoved Izuku's books to the floor during lunch, or told others to call him extra baggage in gym. Not when he let someone shove Izuku into a locker, or whispered insults that made no sense but hurt anyway. But when he was alone, when no one could see, Katsuki touched his chest where the glow still faintly flickered, and clenched his fist. Because being soulmates with Deku was humiliating. But the light wouldn't go away. No matter how much he tried to snuff it out. The sky was gray again. Clouds hung low and heavy, pressing down on the world like they knew something Izuku didn't want to face. His school uniform was scorched, edges blackened, sleeve half-burnt where Katsuki had grabbed him during gym. It hadn't even been during a real fight. It was just a flare of temper, a display, a shove that turned to a grip, then a flare of heat that shouldn't have happened. Izuku hadn't flinched. Not once. Not when the flames licked up his shoulder. Not when the smoke curled against his skin. Not even when the class laughed. Because the burn on his chest was nothing compared to the one in his heart. His steps were slow, dragging on the walk home. He held his school bag close to him, pressed to his ribs like a shield, but it couldn't protect him from the ache that wouldn't stop pulsing through his entire body. His fingers trembled with every step. He felt disconnected. Like he wasn't really in his body. Like the world had shifted on its axis, and he was the only one who noticed. He stared at the ground as he walked. Didn't notice the birds. Didn't hear the cars. Didn't see the floating debris in his wake, pebbles, soda cans, a newspaper that trembled just slightly every time his heart clenched. The glow still lingered around Katsuki. He had seen it. Still faint. Still there. But that only made it worse. Izuku had heard stories growing up. Stories about how when you met your soulmate, it was supposed to be beautiful. That the glow was something warm. But for him, the glow was pain. A cruel reminder of everything he couldn't have. He walked with tears in his eyes, silent, hot, endless. His shoulder throbbed. His heart throbbed worse. Not because of Katsuki's anger. Not even because of his words. But because he had seen the light in his eyes, just for a moment. That split second in the alleyway. Katsuki had felt it too. And he'd thrown it away. Izuku's breath hitched. He stumbled forward, nearly collapsing onto the sidewalk but caught himself. He stood there a long while, arms wrapped tightly around himself like he could hold the pieces together. Then he kept walking. Home wasn't far. But every step felt like miles when your soul was still bleeding. The moment the apartment door closed behind him, Izuku's legs gave out. He dropped his bag to the floor, breathing uneven and shallow, and ran faster than he ever had since that day in the alley straight into the kitchen where his mother stood humming over the stove. Izuku, she turned, smile already forming. Sweetie, you're home, la. He threw himself into her arms with such force that it nearly knocked her over. She caught him with a soft gasp, arms instinctively wrapping around his small frame. Izu. But he didn't answer. Didn't speak. Just sobbed. Gut-wrenching, full-bodied sobs, the kind that tore through his throat and shattered the quiet of the room. He buried his face in her sweater, fingers at the fabric like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. His knees buckled, and they both sank to the floor, tangled in each other's embrace. He wept like he was 4 years old again. Like the world had ended. Because to him it had. Oh, baby, Inko whispered, stroking his curls, trying not to cry. Shoo, it's okay, sweetheart. I've got you. I've got you. But he just shook, sobbing harder, body trembling against her. He didn't say what happened. Didn't tell her about the glow. About the alley. About the way Katsuki looked at him with fire in his hands and shame in his eyes. About the way his soul cracked in half and he couldn't breathe through the shards. He said nothing. And that made it worse. Because Inko could feel it. This wasn't a scraped knee or a bad test or another cruel taunt at school. This was different. Deeper. She couldn't see the wound, but it was bleeding all the same. So she cried with him. Held him tighter. Rocked him gently, like she had when he was little, when his world had first started falling apart at 4 years old. You don't have to tell me, she whispered against his hair. Not yet. Just let me hold you. He didn't answer. He couldn't. But he clung to her like the earth had fallen away beneath him, and she was the only thing left keeping him from drowning. Katsuki sat at his desk, pencil gripped so tight his knuckles had gone white. His homework sat untouched in front of him, math problems and science notes blurring together into meaningless scribbles. He'd read the same question 5 times, but the only thing burned into his mind was Deku's eyes. That blank, dead stare. Like he wasn't even in his own body. Like he'd already given up. Katsuki hated it. He slammed his pencil down with a snarl, pushing away from the desk so fast his chair scraped hard against the floor. Stupid nerd, he muttered, jaw tight. Stupid FNG glow. He clenched his fists, pacing his room like a caged animal. He could still see it faint but present hovering around Izuku like a ghost. It refused to leave. It didn't matter that Katsuki had rejected him, didn't matter how many times he shoved him, burned him, tore him down in front of everyone. The glow wouldn't die. It just flickered pathetically behind Deku's dull green eyes, a reminder of something he didn't want to admit. They were soulmates. And it made him sick. He thinks he's better than me, Katsuki snapped into the empty room. Always has. Always smiling, always following me around like some demon stray like I'd ever want him. But his voice cracked a little. Just a bit. And that set him off more. Because Izuku had never said he was better. Not once. He never fought back. Never raised a hand. Never even looked at Katsuki like he was a monster. Not even after the alley. And that was what made Katsuki furious. Though, that emptiness. Like Katsuki didn't even matter anymore. He'd spent years trying to break him, years burning the shine out of Deku's eyes, but now that it was finally gone, it didn't feel like victory. It felt like guilt. "No," he hissed, slamming his fist into the wall. "I don't feel guilty. He's the one who he should have glowed for someone else. Not me." But even as he said it, his chest ached. Because the glow was still there. And no matter how hard he tried to deny it, some part of him still remembered that moment in the alleyway. That single second when everything was light and warm, and right before he shattered it. He turned back to his desk, furious with himself, furious with Deku, furious with this stupid soulmate bullshit that refused to go away. He didn't touch his homework. He didn't sleep. And the glow stayed with him. Quiet. So flickering. Refusing to die. Izuku sat hunched at his desk, eyes red-rimmed and raw, the edges of his sleeves damp from hours of crying. His homework was sprawled out in front of him, a half-hearted attempt to return to something normal, something safe. He was still sniffing. The occasional hiccups still escaped him. A chipped all-might mug of hot chocolate sat beside his math book, steam long since faded, but the warmth was still comforting. Like a hug he didn't have to ask for. He reached for a highlighter with shaky fingers, barely looking, and knocked the mug clean off the desk. "Ah," he gasped, heart skipping, hand shooting out instinctively. But the mug never hit the floor. It stopped. Midair. Frozen in place. Suspended like time had caught its breath. Izuku's eyes went wide. He stared, unmoving, afraid if he blinked it would all crash down. The mug hovered, perfectly balanced, the chocolate still inside, not a single drop spilled. His breath caught. "No way." Slowly, he reached forward and took it gently from the air, fingers trembling around the ceramic. The warmth pressed into his palms real. It was real. He stared at it, disbelief swirling in his chest, pushing out the pain like a tide. "I did that." He looked around wildly, chest rising and falling fast. His eyes snapped to his desk. A pen. He focused on it, just thought about it, and it lifted, rising slowly like it was underwater. He tried again. An all-might figure on the shelf tilted forward, and floated straight into his hand. His heart thundered in his chest. "I have a quirk." He stood up so fast his chair skidded backward. He didn't even notice. Izuku bolted out of his room, still holding the all-might figure and the mug in his hands. Inko jumped in the kitchen, startled. "Sweetie, what's wrong?" I have a quirk," he shouted, eyes wild with joy, tears running again, but these were different. These were hopeful. "I have a quirk." Before she could respond, he threw his arms out toward her on instinct. And Inko lifted off the ground. "Oh my God," he cried, laughing through the tears. "I have a quirk. Look, I didn't even touch you, and I lifted you." Inko gasped, hands fluttering. "Izuku's sweetheart put me down." He did, immediately panicking. She landed softly. Oh my God, Mom, I have a quirk, I really do." And Inko didn't even try to stop the tears as she dropped to her knees and pulled him into her arms. "You have a quirk," she whispered, sobbing into his hair. "You have a quirk." And for the first time in days, maybe years, Izuku smiled. The glow was still broken. His heart was still sore. But something inside him had sparked back to life. And this time, it didn't need Katsuki. The morning sun cut through the curtains like golden ribbons, casting warm light across Izuku's room, but this time, it felt warm. Not heavy. Not suffocating. For the first time in days, Izuku woke up without the ache in his chest being the first thing he noticed. Because today, he wasn't just Izuku. He was Izuku Midoriya with a quirk. He didn't put on his school uniform. Instead, he wore his favorite hoodie, green and a little too big, and bounced on the ball of his feet as he pulled on his shoes. "Ready, Mom?" he called, practically vibrating with energy. Inko came out of her room with her purse and a firestorm in her eyes. "Oh, I'm ready, all right," she snapped. "I'm going to find out how in the hell they told my baby he was quirkless when he clearly wasn't." Her voice rose with every word. Izuku winced playfully. "Please don't yell at the new doctor." "I make no promises." They took the train to the Quirk Diagnostics Clinic. Izuku couldn't sit still. He kept bouncing his knees, whispering to himself, telekinesis. I have telekinesis. I can be a hero. I can actually be a hero. Every time he thought it, a thrill rushed through him, pushing back the dull ache that still tried to creep into his chest when he thought of him. But he didn't think about Katsuki. Not today. Today was his. The waiting room was clean, pale blue walls and potted plants, but Inko paced like a tiger ready to fight. When Izuku was finally called back, the doctor, a kind-eyed man with graying hair and a long tablet, welcomed them with a smile. Midoriya Izuku? The doctor asked. Says here you were marked as quirkless at 4? Yes, sir, Izuku said, practically buzzing. But I think that was a mistake. Inko stepped forward, voice like a blade. A huge mistake. My son lifted me off the floor yesterday with no contact. You don't make mistakes like that, not when it breaks a child's heart. The doctor held up his hands, calm. We'll run the full scans. Let's find out what's really going on. It didn't take long. The screens lit up with neurological charts and bodily readings. The doctor stared, blinked, then adjusted his glasses. Well, I'll be. What? Izuku leaned forward, breath caught. You have a very strong neural link telekinetic quirk, the doctor said. It's tied directly to your emotional and cognitive centers. Which means... He turned the screen to show a flashing diagram of Izuku's brain lighting up like a supernova. It was likely dormant until something triggered it. Inko frowned. So it was always there? The doctor nodded. The old tests must have been rushed or incomplete. These quirks are rare but not unheard of. They just need the right push. Izuku swallowed hard. He knew what that push had been. The glow. Katsuki's rejection. That night in the alley. But he didn't say it. He smiled instead. Hopeful. So, I can really be a hero? The doctor beamed. Kid with this quirk? You might be one of the best. Burst into tears again, but this time, they were happy ones. She hugged Izuku so tightly he couldn't breathe. Izuku let himself cry too. Because for the first time in his life, the future didn't feel closed. It felt wide open. Katsuki sat at his desk, arms crossed, eyes locked on the one spot that had haunted him all morning. Izuku's empty chair. The bell had rung. Roll call had passed. The teacher barely glanced up when they marked Midoriya absent. Class began like normal. But for Katsuki, nothing was normal. He hadn't looked at the board once. His pencil hadn't moved. His hands were clenched so tight his nails dug crescents into his palms. His jaw ached from how hard he was grinding his teeth. The stupid nerd wasn't here. Why the hell wasn't he here? He didn't even realize he was staring until Shiro nudged him. Yo, Bakugo? You good? Katsuki didn't answer. Just turned his glare back to the desk. Empty. Mocking. He ran. That coward FNG ran. Katsuki's mind spun in circles he couldn't escape. He told himself he didn't care. Told himself it was better this way. That Deku shouldn't come back. That the pathetic, quirkless loser had finally realized he didn't belong. But the hollow feeling in his chest didn't listen. Where the hell was he? Katsuki slammed his hand on the desk without thinking, the sound sharp and jarring. A few kids jumped. The teacher barely looked up. Sorry, Katsuki muttered, though he didn't mean it. His gaze drifted back to the window. He thought about the look on Deku's face yesterday, empty, broken, like Katsuki didn't exist anymore. Like the bond meant nothing now. He thought about the stupid FNG glow still there, still clinging to him like a stain he couldn't wash out. And worst of all, he didn't know what was worse. That Izuku wasn't there today. Or the fact that some part of him was disappointed. That made him furious. Nerd thinks he can hide, he muttered under his breath. He has to come back eventually. But he didn't know what he had done. Didn't know what he had awakened. He didn't know that the boy he left crying in an alley was no longer the same boy who would walk through that classroom door again. Because Izuku wasn't powerless anymore. And the next time they stood face to face, Katsuki wouldn't be the strongest one in the room. The diner wasn't fancy, just a cozy, tucked-away little place with mismatched booths and cracked menus that smelled like nostalgia and grilled onions. But to Izuku, it felt like a feast hall. Plates covered the table piping hot katsudon, sweet tamagoyaki, a mountain of carriage, and the biggest bowl of ramen he'd ever seen. Inko sat across from him, beaming, cheeks flushed from excitement and from scolding the kitchen for going too light on the portions. Izuku's chopsticks were a blur. His heart still ached, he felt it even now, beneath the glow of the hanging lights and the clatter of dishes. The bond with Katsuki still throbbed like a bruised nerve, raw and unhealed. But the joy in his chest tonight? It shone brighter. "I still can't believe it," he said between bites, eyes wide, voice breathless. "I really have a quirk." Inko reached over, brushing his curls away from his forehead. "I always believed in you, baby. Always." He ducked his head, shy smile blooming on his face. "I know. But hearing it from the doctor, seeing it for myself, it feels real now." He paused, setting his chopsticks down, eyes soft. "I can be a hero, Mom." Inko's eyes welled instantly, and she grabbed a napkin like it was the only thing holding her together. "You're gonna be an amazing hero," she whispered. "They're not ready for someone like you." Izuku smiled again, bigger, brighter. A real smile, one that crinkled his eyes and made his chest swell with something good. The pain was still there, buried like ash under the joy, but it wasn't everything anymore. "I'm so happy," he said quietly, voice almost shaking. "I'm really happy." Inko reached across the table and took his hand, squeezing it tight. "Then eat, sweetheart," she said, her voice warm and fierce. "Eat everything you want. We're celebrating you tonight." And so he did. He laughed. He told her about the mug floating, the pen, the All Might figure. He made a spoon hover between them just to prove it wasn't a fluke. Inko clapped like it was the greatest magic trick she'd ever seen. For a few hours, the glow didn't matter. The rejection didn't matter. Izuku had a quirk. He had his mom. He had a future. And that was more than enough. The night air was crisp, their breath puffing in soft clouds as Izuku and Inko strolled home under the faint glow of streetlights. Izuku's belly was full stuffed, really, but his mind was racing. Every step felt lighter. Every breath deeper. Like the weight he'd been carrying for years was finally starting to lift. He looked up at his mom, hesitating for only a second before asking, "Hey, Mom, do you think we could maybe get a gym membership?" Inko blinked, surprised but not confused. "A gym?" Izuku nodded quickly. "Yeah. I mean, I have a quirk now. And I'm not super strong yet or anything, but if I work out, if I train, I can build up my body so I can use my quirk properly, you know? Like not just floating stuff but real hero work. I want to be ready." Inko slowed her steps and looked at her son, really looked at him. There was still pain in his eyes. Still a flicker of something hurt and quiet. But beneath it, there was fire. Determination. She smiled. "Of course," she said, pulling him close. "We'll find a good gym near the apartment. I'll even help you make high-protein meals. You'll need energy for all the training you'll be doing." Izuku's face lit up like the sun. "Really?" Inko laughed. "Really? We'll make it a team effort. I'll pack you lunches that make your classmates jealous." Izuku beamed, almost bouncing beside her. Okay, and one more thing. Can I also take martial arts classes? Not just to fight, but like for self-defense and discipline. And movement. I want to be fast and smart with my body too." Inko's eyes softened. She knew what he wasn't saying. She knew why he wanted to feel safe. Why he wanted control. And still she didn't hesitate. "Anything that makes my baby happy and strong," she said, kissing the top of his head. "We'll look into classes this weekend." Izuku sniffled, tears prickling again, but this time, it was gratitude that choked him up. "Thanks, Mom," he whispered. She held his hand tighter. "Always, sweetheart. Always." They walked the rest of the way home in peaceful silence, hearts lighter, a path forward finally taking shape. Because Izuku had a quirk. He had a plan. And most importantly, he wasn't alone. The next morning, Izuku walked into class with his head high and a quiet, almost eerie calm wrapped around him. He wore the same old uniform burn marks still faintly visible on the sleeve. Same backpack, same notebook, same tired shoes. To anyone watching, he was still Deku, the quirkless nerd, the walking punching bag. But inside? He was different now. The pain still echoed in his chest. He could feel the glow, faint and ever-present, like a bruise that hadn't faded but it didn't own him anymore. Not completely. Not today. Today, he had a secret. And it wasn't Katsuki's. It was his. He slid into his seat without a word, not flinching when someone tried to, accidentally, knock his books off his desk. Instead, he calmly picked them up right before they hit the ground, lifted by just enough telekinetic pull to make it look like luck. Not that anyone noticed. Well, almost anyone. Katsuki had been watching from the moment he walked in. His eyes narrowed as he took in the subtle shift, the steadier steps, the quiet confidence, the way Izuku didn't flinch like he used to. There was light in his eyes again. Real light. The kind that made Katsuki's fists clench under his desk. It was wrong. Izuku was supposed to be broken. He was supposed to stay broken. So when Katsuki accidentally bumped into him in the hallway between classes, he expected the usual cower. The retreat. The stutter. Instead, Izuku blinked at him calm, unmoved and walked around him like he was a crack in the sidewalk. It made Katsuki see red. And it got worse. Because during class, every time someone whispered something nasty behind Izuku's back, that person's pencil rolled off their desk. Or their water bottle tipped over. Or their chair slightly nudged to the side. And when Katsuki tried to trip him between rows, his foot missed entirely, like Izuku had seen it coming before it even happened. It was infuriating. And no one even looked at him. No one noticed. Because Izuku wasn't doing anything. He was just existing. Quiet. Quirkless. Only Katsuki saw it. Only he noticed the glint behind the green eyes, the smug little spark of something he hadn't seen in years. Katsuki sat at his desk, glaring holes into the back of Izuku's head, grinding his teeth so hard his jaw clicked. What the hell happened to him? Why wasn't he broken anymore? Why was the glow still there? And why did it look like Deku was finally starting to shine without him? The gym smelled like rubber mats and determination. It wasn't the biggest place, definitely not one of those sparkling high-end ones with juice bars and eucalyptus towels, but it was full of heart. Clanks of weights echoed through the space, trainers shouted encouragement, and there was a constant buzz of people pushing past their limits. And right in the middle of it all was Izuku, notebook in hand, eyes wide with excitement and purpose. He flipped to a section titled, Quirk-Compatible Conditioning, Phase 1, every page packed with notes, diagrams, and color-coded highlights. It was everything he'd researched the night before: strength training, stamina building, flexibility routines, and neuromuscular focus for quirk control. He was ready. Inko, dressed in a soft green tracksuit and already sweating bullets, huffed quietly on a treadmill off to the side. She had promised she'd be here every step of the way, and she meant it even if said steps were currently threatening to destroy her calves. But her gaze never left her son. And what she saw made her heart swell. Izuku was awkward at first, his form a little off, movements stiff, but he was focused. Driven. He approached every machine like it was a new piece of armor in his hero gear. And the other gymgoers noticed. A tall man with a shaved head gently adjusted Izuku's grip on a set of dumbbells. "You'll strain your wrist like that, kid. Your elbows tight. Chest proud. There you go." Another older man stepped in as Izuku moved to push-ups. "Core engaged. Don't let your hips drop. You've got good heart, kid. Don't rush, build your foundation." Izuku nodded eagerly each time, writing quick notes between sets, asking questions like, "What's the best stretch for shoulder mobility?" Or, "Would this help stabilize telekinetic control?" None of them laughed. None of them brushed him off. Because it didn't matter how small or skinny or young he looked. He showed up. He was trying. And in a place like this, that earned you respect. From the treadmill, Inko wiped at her eyes again and whispered, "That's my baby." Her chest ached from exertion, but it was nothing compared to the warmth blooming behind her ribs. Izuku glanced over at her between reps, gave her a beaming, sweaty smile, and waved. She waved back, nearly tripping on the treadmill. He laughed. And in that moment, Inko didn't feel like she was drowning in exhaustion. She felt proud. Fiercely proud. Because her son was fighting for his future, Inch by inch, rep by rep, and she was right here to see it. Even if the treadmill was trying to kill her. It had been a month. 30 days of early alarms, protein-packed breakfasts, and grueling but rewarding training sessions. And the results were starting to show. Izuku's arms had definition now. Not huge not yet, but his biceps had a curve, his shoulders were firmer, and the soreness that once left him limping had turned into something he craved. His body was finally responding, and it made him feel alive. Strong, capable, heroic. He still carried his notebook to every visit, now tattered and smudged with sweat, with new pages of progress notes, quirks he wanted to counter in training, and muscle groups to target. And Inko? Inko was thriving. She had lost 23 pounds and counting. Her face had slimmed, her eyes were brighter, and her movements lighter, even if she still wheezed sometimes when the incline was too high. Her cheeks were still soft, but she could feel her waist again. She felt good, confident, proud. Today was her biggest challenge yet, the Stairmaster. She stood before it like it was a final boss in a video game, stretching her calves with a vengeance, muttering, "Not today, you mechanical demon. Not today." Meanwhile, the second Izuku walked through the door, the gym shifted. Little man's back. "Yo, Midoriya. Got your water? Need a spot? You ready for shoulder day, or you still sore from Friday's supersets?" A group of 5 or 6 men, all various sizes, mostly regulars, immediately flocked to Izuku. Clapped him on the back. Another handed him a towel. 2 started arguing over which deadlift form was better for core engagement while Izuku listened intently and took notes. They all loved him. Not because he was the strongest or the most experienced, but because he cared. He listened. He learned. He tried. And they respected the hell out of that. "Hey kid," one guy grinned. "You ever think about joining a junior competition? You're building quick." Izuku flushed. "No, not yet. Maybe after I build more mass. And work on control. And my quirk." "You got a quirk now?" a guy asked, eyebrows raised. Izuku froze. Then smiled just enough. "Still getting a handle on it. But yeah, I do." None of them pried. Just fist bumps and proud grins. From across the gym, Inko watched all of it from the Stairmaster, one slow step at a time, her legs already protesting, but she didn't stop. Because her boy had built this. Not just muscle. Not just strength. But community. Respect. Self-worth. Inko sniffled and wiped her face, pretending it was just sweat. Diamond stair machine. Diamond beautiful boy. Diamond proud heart trying not to burst. She climbed higher. He smiled wider. And the future felt closer than ever. The gym had given Izuku strength. But the dojo? That's where he learned control. From the moment he stepped onto the padded floor of the martial arts studio, barefoot and alert, something in him just clicked. The breathing exercises, the forms, the footwork, it all felt natural. Like his body had just been waiting for this kind of structure. This kind of purpose. And Izuku? He was thriving. He soaked up every lesson like a sponge, mimicking techniques with near-perfect precision after only a few demonstrations. His movements were fluid, his balance tight, and his instincts sharp. By the 3rd week, he could already predict his sparring partner's next step before they even made it. His agility, sharpened by his early morning training and secret telekinetic fine-tuning, gave him a speed edge that made even the older students sweat. He never bragged. Never boasted. But it was clear to everyone. Izuku Midoriya was born for this. His peers were in awe. "Dude, how are you that fast? I swear he's not even blinking during drills. I think he's a machine in disguise." During breaks, they huddled around him, asking questions, practicing counters, testing techniques, and Izuku helped. Patiently. Excitedly. He even shared notes from his notebook, where he'd carefully scribbled down his understanding of flow and momentum, power through movement, and even little doodles of how leverage worked in combat. But no one was more proud than Sensei Ryu, a broad-shouldered, quiet man with sharp eyes and a scar along his jaw who had been teaching for over 20 years. "This kid," he'd said to another instructor, arms crossed and eyes tracking Izuku during a takedown drill, "has the kind of mind I only see once every 10 years. He feels the art. Doesn't just copy, he understands." He pulled Izuku aside after class that evening. "You've got talent, Midoriya," Ryu said, his tone serious. "But more than that, you've got DSPLN. If you keep this up, I can fast-track you to advanced training. You want that?" Izuku's eyes widened, breath catching in his throat. I want to be ready for anything," he whispered. "I want to be able to protect people. I want to be strong enough that no one can take anything from me again." Ryu smiled just a little. "Good answer." As Izuku bowed respectfully at the end of class, sweat dripping from his forehead, the bruises on his arms aching in the best way possible, he couldn't stop the grin on his face. Because every block, every roll, every strike, it was shaping him. Not into a fighter. Into a hero. 6 months passed like a blur, months filled with sweat, soreness, laughter, and something that finally felt like healing. Izuku Midoriya was no longer the scrawny, hunched boy with trembling hands and downcast eyes. He had turned 14 just last month. And somewhere in the whirlwind of training and growth, he had sprouted. Taller, now noticeably taller, with broad shoulders and lean, carved muscle that hugged his frame without overbearing it. His arms were toned, his chest defined, his posture proud. He didn't even realize how much he filled a room now. He was no longer a boy people overlooked. He was someone people noticed. Across from him at the small kitchen table, Inko was glowing. She hadn't been this size since she was in her 20s, 135 pounds of pure, vibrant woman. Her cheeks were still soft, but her jawline had returned, and her smile? Constant. Her clothes fit differently, looser, but she wore herself now. Her skin shone, her eyes sparkled, and her joints no longer ached when she stood up. She hadn't felt this alive in years. And she owed it all to the boy sitting across from her, gleefully tearing into a grilled chicken beef like it was a prize. She didn't say it out loud, not yet, but she looked at him with quiet gratitude in every breath. Their plates were loaded with lean protein, sautéed vegetables, and brown rice, healthy, hearty, and absolutely delicious. Inko had become something of a master at crafting flavorful, energy-packed meals that made training days easier and rest days enjoyable. Izuku wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, earning a quick swat from Inko, and said through a mouthful of food. 7 months, he grinned. 7 months until the UA entrance exam. I'm so ready, Mom. Inko smiled into her water glass. You say that like it's next week. I know, he laughed, fidgeting with excitement. I can't wait to show them. All those years I thought I'd never have a chance, and now I have everything I need. I have a quirk. I have strength. I have training. And I'm gonna blow them away. Inko's heart nearly burst. She reached across the table, brushing his hand. You've always had everything you needed, sweetheart. You just had to see it. Izuku's eyes softened. Thanks for believing in me, he said quietly. Inko smiled. Thanks for saving me too. And just like that, in the comfort of their little kitchen, surrounded by good food and the warmth of everything they'd rebuilt, they sat in a peace that only comes after pain has been earned through love. 7 months to go. And Izuku Midoriya was ready for everything. Katsuki Bakugo had always known where he stood. At the top. The strongest. The best. But now, that dim chair next to him was no longer filled by a hunched, trembling nobody. Izuku Midoriya had changed. He was taller now. Taller than Katsuki. Lean muscle carved its way down his arms, his uniform sleeves tight around the biceps that hadn't existed 6 months ago. He walked like he owned the hallway, not in arrogance, but with quiet, earned confidence that made people turn their heads. No one pushed him anymore. No one dared whisper about how quirkless he was. Hell, half the class nodded respectfully when he walked in. Like he was already someone to admire. Someone to follow. And Katsuki Fang hated it. Hated how Midoriya still smiled soft and bright, like nothing had ever broken him. Like he hadn't been thrown into lockers, called useless, shoved to the dirt. Like Katsuki hadn't crushed him 100 times over. But the glow was still there. That glow. That quiet, flickering light that clung to Izuku like a second skin. It hadn't faded. If anything, it was stronger. More sure. More true. It followed him into classrooms. It hovered when he laughed. It radiated when he talked about becoming a hero. Katsuki saw it everywhere. And no matter how many times he tried to look away, no matter how many insults he spat under his breath, it wouldn't go away. How the F is he taller than me? Katsuki growled one day at his desk, glaring at Izuku's back. He's not even supposed to have a future. Izuku didn't flinch. Didn't even turn. Just tucked his notebook under his arm and walked out to lunch with 2 other students who now always sat with him. Katsuki's blood boiled. He stormed out after him. Hey, do you? Izuku turned slowly, calm, eyes unreadable. Katsuki shoved a finger in his face. You think you're hot sheet now? Just 'cause you went through PBR to Y and picked up a dumb gym membership? You think UA's just gonna open their doors for some useless nobody with a notebook and a glow that's clearly broken? Izuku tilted his head. Does it bother you, he asked softly, that the glow's still there? Katsuki's breath caught. Izuku smiled. It wasn't smug. It wasn't sweet. It was sad. I didn't choose it either, Kaken. Then he turned and walked away, shoulders square, footsteps sure. Katsuki stood frozen. Because no matter how loudly he screamed, it didn't matter. The glow still followed him. And somewhere deep down, Katsuki knew why. The days blurred into weeks. The weeks into months. And with every one that passed, Izuku only got stronger. His body, once frail and quiet, now moved with power and control. His quirk telekinesis responded to his will faster, sharper, more precisely. He could lift a desk with a thought, disarm a sparring partner with a flick of his wrist, pull weights toward him mid-rep for assisted training. But for all his growth, his heart still ached. It never stopped. The glow that once burned bright had softened, but never left. It lingered, quiet and stubborn, clinging to Katsuki like a shadow Izuku couldn't shake. No matter how many nights he sat on the roof of their building, staring up at the stars, begging for the bond to fade. It never did. Not even when Katsuki burned his notebooks right in front of him, pulled them from his bag in the middle of the hallway, tore the pages filled with months of meticulous research, and lit them on fire with a snap of his palm. Just to prove he could. Not even when he shoved him into the koi pond. In front of half the school. The water was cold. The laughter louder. And Izuku, drenched, humiliated, watched the goldfish scatter as he pulled himself out, only to hear Katsuki mutter, "Stay in the dirt, Deku. It's where you belong." It hurt. God, it hurt. Not because of the fall. But because even after all this time Izuku still loved him. Loved him in the way that soulmates did, deep and painful and permanent. But Izuku was done being his victim. He didn't fight back. He didn't yell. He ignored him. He walked past Katsuki like he was just another voice in a crowded room. He stopped reacting. Stopped answering. The only time he looked him in the eye was when they sparred in class, and even then, his gaze was cold. Focused. Not angry. Not afraid. Just done. And that was worse for Katsuki than any punch. Because Katsuki's fire only ever burned hotter when it had something to scorch. But Izuku refused to be flammable anymore. He couldn't let go of the glow. He didn't know if he ever would. But he could choose how much of himself he let Katsuki hurt. And starting now? That answer was none. So Izuku trained. He studied. He smiled with the people who saw him. He dreamed of UA. And as much as his heart burned with every cruel shove or spit word, he never once looked back. For weeks. 4 weeks until the entrance exam. For weeks until everything he worked for, the sweat, the pain, the transformation, finally had a purpose. Izuku had been walking home from school, the afternoon sun dipping behind tall buildings, casting golden light across the sidewalk. He had stopped by the store for a new notebook, his old one bursting with training notes, hero strategies, quirk theory breakdowns, sparring logs, and tactical flow charts. He clutched the new one close, already buzzing with ideas. But then, an explosion ripped through the city air like thunder. Izuku's head snapped up instantly, eyes wide. He took off running. Not toward home but toward the noise, the smoke, the fight. His heart thudded with excitement. He needed to see what was happening. Needed to learn. Witness. Record. Maybe it was MT Lady, or Kamui Woods, maybe it was a new team-up tactic. But then, Halfway they're just 2 blocks from the smoke. The glow around him flickered. Not in the soft, pulsing way it did when Kaken was near. Not the familiar ache that came and went. No, this was violent. Erratic. Like a candle in a hurricane. One of his soulmates was dying. His chest seized. His feet slammed into the pavement, breath shallow. He knew that feeling, knew it in the marrow of his bones. He didn't think. He didn't hesitate. He ran. His backpack bounced behind him, notebook clutched tight, adrenaline flooding every inch of him. And when he turned the corner into the alleyway, his world collapsed. Katsuki, thrashing in the grip of a sludge villain, gasping for breath, his body pinned and twitching and helpless. His eyes, those crimson eyes, were wide and bloodshot and screaming, "Help me." And the worst part? The heroes were just standing there. "I can't get in there. He'll die if we agitate it. We have to wait for backup. He doesn't have time." Izuku screamed and raged. Something inside him snapped. The air around him whipped like a storm, his notebook flying from his grip as he stormed forward, green eyes glowing with fury and power. He hissed under his breath. He raised a hand. And Katsuki shot backward, ripped free from the sludge with a violent pull of Izuku's telekinesis. The villain screamed, but Izuku wasn't done. He reached forward again, eyes blazing. The entire sludge body rose into the air, trembling, suspended like gelatin. Izuku's fingers curled, and just like that, he plucked the eyes free from the writhing mass. It shrieked in agony as he sealed them, still blinking, into an empty juice bottle from the ground, a bit of sludge tossed in to keep it alive. He turned and hurled the bottle full force at the feet of the frozen heroes. "Do your job," he spat. They flinched. He didn't care. He dropped to his knees beside Katsuki, who was coughing, wheezing, clutching his throat. Izuku's hands moved on instinct, guiding the air around Kaken's chest and back, using light telekinetic pressure to help force the gunk from his airways, his voice urgent and soft. "You're okay. You're okay now. Just breathe, Kaken. I've got you." Katsuki's body jolted as he finally expelled the sludge, collapsing into a gasping, shivering mess. And then he looked up. His eyes, still raw with fear, narrowed into something else. Anger. Betrayal. Because Izuku had saved him. Izuku Deku. The quirkless nerd. Except now, he wasn't quirkless. And he never told him. Katsuki's chest heaved. "Why, you have a quirk?" Izuku's hands trembled slightly, still hovering in the air. "Kaken." But Katsuki shoved him. "You lied." "I didn't." Izuku flinched. "I didn't lie. I wanted to wait. I didn't think you'd." "Shut up." The heroes were approaching now, murmuring apologies, fumbling explanations, but Katsuki wasn't looking at them. He was staring at him. Like Izuku was something that had stabbed him in the back. And Izuku? He stood slowly. Heart thundering. Soul still flickering. The glow burned painfully between them, pulsing like a fresh wound. He wanted to cry. But instead, he looked Katsuki in the eyes and said softly, "I saved your life. Quirk or not, I always would." Then he turned and walked away. Notebooks still forgotten in the alley. The apartment was quiet when the call came. Inko's voice was breathless and tight with worry, her hospital shift only half over, but the second she saw the news reports, teen with unknown telekinetic quirk rescues student from villain attack, she found the nearest break room and called, "Izuku, baby, are you okay?" He sat on the couch, still in damp clothes from the alley, a towel around his shoulders and his hands shaking. But his voice was calm. "I'm okay, Mom. I promise." Inko exhaled sharply. "They said it was Katsuki in the report. Is he okay? Did he get out in time?" Izuku hesitated, eyes flicking toward the floor. "Yeah. I got him out." There was a long pause. "I'm proud of you," she whispered. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I'll be home in a few hours. Don't open the door for anyone, okay? I love you." "I love you too, Mom." The call ended. The apartment was silent again. And then, violent pounding against the door. Izuku stood, every part of him tense. His quirk surged to the tips of his fingers, ready to fight, to defend, because no way was he getting caught off guard again. He threw open the door. And Katsuki was there. Dripping in rage. Eyes wild. His knuckles were already clenched. He didn't say anything. He punched Izuku across the face. Izuku stumbled back, shocked, head spinning, but he stayed upright. "You think you're better than me?" Katsuki roared, storming in without invitation, shoving Izuku again, fists flying in blind, angry swings. "You think you can just hide a quirk like that? You think you're some goddamn hero now? You're not better than me, Deku." The punches kept coming, fists slamming into his chest, his jaw, his shoulder, but this time, Izuku didn't stay down. He shoved back hard, knocking Katsuki into the wall. "I'm not defenseless anymore." Katsuki snarled and lunged again. But this time, Izuku punched back. Straight to his stomach. Enough to make him gasp and stumble. "I didn't ask for this." Izuku screamed, voice cracking from all the weight behind it. You caused it. That day in the alley you rejected me. You saw the glow and threw it away like it meant nothing. That broke me." Katsuki froze. Breath heaving. Eyes wide. "And you want to know why I never told you about my quirk?" Izuku shoved him again, years of pain behind the movement. "Why would I? After everything you've done to me, after every name, every punch, every time you told me I was worthless, why the F would I ever trust you with something precious to me?" Katsuki's hands trembled. But Izuku wasn't done. "You think you deserve my secrets? My truth? My friendship? You've spent your whole life tearing me down, and now you're angry I got back up without you?" His voice broke completely, and for the first time, Izuku cried in front of Katsuki without looking away. "I still feel the glow every single day. Every day, Kaken. And it hurts. It hurts so dim and much because no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I grow, or fight, or train, I can't stop loving you. And I hate it." Katsuki flinched like he'd been slapped. He didn't speak. Just stood there, fists clenched, eyes burning, chest heaving. He hit Izuku again. But thoughtless. Desperate. And Izuku hit back. Because he wasn't afraid anymore. Not of Katsuki. Not of the glow. Not of the pain that lived inside him. And as they collided in a storm of fists and screams and years of buried emotions, neither of them realized they were both crying. The apartment was a wreck. Books knocked from shelves, the table crooked, a picture frame shattered on the floor. Blood smeared across the entryway tile and soaked into the seams of the carpet. The air was thick with silence, shaking, broken silence. Both boys were sprawled on the living room floor, panting, bloody, aching. Izuku's lip was split. One eye swelling shut. His knuckles raw and red. Katsuki wasn't any better. His nose was bleeding, jaw bruised, ribs screaming with every breath. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Izuku sat up, chest heaving, eyes glossy but sharp. He looked at Katsuki, really looked at him, and his voice cracked. "Get out." Katsuki flinched. His hands clenched. His body tensed, teeth grinding. He took a step forward, one step, and pulled his arm back again, ready to strike, ready to start it all over again. But Izuku's hands snapped up, glowing with energy. And Katsuki was lifted off the ground, suspended midair by an invisible force, arms thrashing uselessly. "Stop!" Izuku screamed, voice echoing through the walls. "Just stop. Haven't you had enough?" Katsuki stilled, eyes wide, breath ragged. Izuku's arms trembled as he held him there, every fiber of his being burning with pain and fury. "I finally left you alone," he rasped. "I finally let you go, and you still came back. You don't like that I'm stronger. You don't like that I'm happy without you. What the hell do you want from me, Kaken?" Katsuki didn't answer. Just clenched his jaw, tears brimming, teeth bared like a wounded animal. Izuku dropped him. Katsuki hit the floor hard, wincing but didn't get up. Izuku stepped forward, chest rising and falling. His voice cracked under the weight of everything he'd held in for years. "No matter what I do, you're never happy. I trained. I got stronger. I have a quirk. I shut up. I left you alone. I stopped asking. I stopped following. I stopped caring. His voice broke. Haven't you hurt me enough? Katsuki stared, eyes glassy, breath hitching. I'm in pain every single day because of you, Izuku whispered, tears slipping down his cheek. Because I can't let go. Because of the glow. Because every time I think I'm finally free, I remember I'm not. He wiped at his face, shaking. And that's still not enough for you. Katsuki sat there, face hot with tears, fists shaking against the floor as he screamed not words anymore, just raw sound. Fury, grief, guilt, years of it, crashing out of him like a flood. I hate you, he roared. I hate you for making me feel like this. I hate you for. He choked. Gasped. I hate you for not giving up on me. Izuku stared, stunned. Katsuki trembled, tears falling freely now, voice ragged. I don't deserve it, he whispered. I never did. And for a long, heavy moment neither of them said a word. They just breathed, bleeding, broken, and burning with the bond they could never outrun. The silence that followed Katsuki's broken confession was thick, suffocating. Izuku stood frozen in the middle of the room, chest rising and falling, tears carving trails through the blood on his face. He stared at Katsuki like he was trying to make sense of it all, of the rage, the grief, the pain that crackled between them like a dying fire. But Katsuki wasn't done. He pushed himself to his feet, staggering, swaying for a second before planting his boots on the ground like he was holding himself together by sheer will. And then, I never want to see you again. Izuku blinked. The words didn't register at first. His head tilted slightly, eyes still wide. What? Katsuki's face was unreadable now, cold, closed off, the walls going up again brick by brick. I mean it. Stay the f away from me, Deku. And just like that, the pain came back. Izuku's legs buckled and he dropped to his knees, gasping like he'd been punched in the chest. The glow, that goddamn glow, flared bright and blinding behind his eyes, then twisted violently, flickering like it might finally break. But it didn't. Because he still cared. Because it still meant something to him. Even when it clearly didn't to Katsuki. You just said, Izuku stammered, voice hoarse. You just said you didn't want me to give up on you. Katsuki didn't respond. He turned his back. Walked to the door, footsteps heavy, slow. Like the fight, the blood, the screaming meant nothing. Like Izuku didn't matter. Izuku's voice cracked as he called out, Why? Why do you always leave me when I need you to stay? Katsuki paused just for a second, his hand on the doorknob. But he didn't answer. He walked out. And the door clicked shut behind him. Izuku stayed there, on his knees, in the middle of their wrecked apartment, bloody, bruised, shaking. The echo of the rejection reverberating in his ribs. His heart throbbed like it was physically broken. Like he had just been left behind all over again. Because no matter how hard he tried, no matter how strong he became, no matter how loudly his soul screamed for Katsuki, Katsuki Bakugo still looked at him like he meant nothing. Izuku didn't know how long he stayed there. On the floor. Staring at the door. Feeling the ache pulse in his chest like a second heartbeat made of knives. But he wouldn't cry. He couldn't. Not again. Not for him. His muscles screamed in protest as he forced himself to stand, legs wobbling, cuts still fresh and stinging. His hands trembled, but he moved anyway. Not because he felt better. Not because he was okay. Because his mom couldn't see this. Not the blood. Not the broken picture frames. Not the shattered pieces of his heart scattered across their living room floor. So he started with the glass. Barefoot, he tiptoed around the shards, grabbing a towel and a broom. He swept slowly, carefully, like each slide was the only thing keeping him grounded. Then came the blood. His own. Katsuki's. He scrubbed until the tile was clean, until the air smelled like lemon-scented cleaner instead of copper and regret. He righted the table. Put the chairs back. He wiped off the walls where fists had slammed and pictures had fallen. He picked up his fallen training notebook and smoothed the cover, even though it was bent and smeared with red. Every step, every movement, made his chest throb harder. The glow flickered behind his ribs, the rejection fresh all over again, as if Katsuki had just driven a stake through it. But Izuku clenched his teeth, wiped his tears before they could fall, and kept going. I refuse to fall. Not now. Not ever. By the time he finished, the apartment looked like it always had. Tidy. Quiet. As if Katsuki Bakugo had never been there at all. Izuku stood in the center of the room, fists clenched at his sides, blood still drying on his cheek, his shirt torn, his body aching, but he was standing. And that was enough. I'm going to be a hero, he whispered to no one. His voice didn't shake. I don't need you to believe in me. I'll do it without you. And then he turned off the lights, walked to his room, and closed the door behind him. The pain followed him. The glow still throbbed. But Izuku Midoriya didn't break. Not this time. The door unlocked with a familiar click, and Inko stepped in, her nurse scrubs wrinkled, her bag slung low on her shoulder, exhaustion written in the slump of her posture. Aizu, she started cheerfully, but the moment her eyes landed on him, she dropped everything. Izuku! He was seated at the kitchen table, hair damp from a recent shower, wearing an oversized hoodie and sweatpants. He looked but his face? His face was a mess. A cut above his brow. Bruised cheekbone. Swollen lip. Red scrapes on his jaw. All fresh. Inko gasped and rushed over. What happened to your face? Izuku flinched slightly but forced a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his head. Ah, it's nothing, Mum. Really. Just the sludge attack, remember? I got knocked around a little before I pulled Kaken out. Inko froze. Her sharp green eyes narrowed, analyzing every angle of his wounds. Don't you dare lie to me, Izuku Midoriya. I'm not lying, he said quickly, holding up his hands. It just looks worse than it is. I was more worried about getting the sludge off him than protecting my face. Inko stared at him, gaze fierce, but slowly, very slowly she let out a sigh. Fine, she muttered. But if you're going to be a hero, you need to learn to clean yourself properly. He blinked as she grabbed her emergency medical kit from under the sink with practiced ease. Wait, Mom, I already. You showered, she snapped, already snapping on gloves. You washed off the dirt. You didn't treat the wounds. Sit still. Izuku didn't argue. He sat obediently as Inko sat up beside him, pulling out antiseptics and gauze, cleaning pads, and butterfly bandages. The living room was quiet except for the occasional hiss of pain and the sharp click of her tongue when he winced. You know better than this, she scolded softly, dabbing his temple. You're lucky you didn't get an infection. And look at this scrape, this should have been iced an hour ago. I didn't really feel it, he mumbled. She paused, glanced at him. That wasn't normal. Not for her son. Not for the boy who once cried when he got a paper cut at age 6. And then she saw it. Just for a moment, barely a flicker. The light in his eyes faltered. Not in a way anyone else would notice. But Inko did. She always did. Her hands softened. Izuku. He smiled gently. I'm okay, Mom. I promise. But it didn't reach his eyes. And though she didn't press, she continued cleaning his wounds with nurse-like precision and let him pretend he was fine. She knew something had cracked deeper than skin. She just didn't know how to fix it. Not yet. The next evening, the warm, comforting aroma of simmering broth filled the Midoriya apartment. Inko was bustling in the kitchen, humming softly, cheeks glowing with happiness as she adjusted plates on the table. Tonight was their monthly dinner with Mitsuki and Bakugo, an evening full of old stories, gossip, laughter, and teasing that had become a treasured tradition. She needed this. And she knew Izuku could use the normalcy too. The door burst open like always, no knock, no hesitation. Smells like heaven in here, Mitsuki shouted, already unzipping her jacket. I swear, Inko, one of these days I'm stealing your Dimon recipes. Masaru followed with a tired smile, polite as ever. And behind them, dragging his feet with a scowl already etched into his face. Katsuki. Inko turned with a bright smile, wiping her hands. Mitsuki, Masaru. Come in, dinner's almost done. Izuku stepped out from the hallway, clean and freshly bandaged, dressed in a long-sleeve shirt to hide most of the bruises. His green eyes flicked to the doorway and froze when he saw Katsuki behind them. Katsuki didn't meet his gaze. But his jaw clenched. They sat at the table like usual. The adults laughed, exchanged stories, caught up on hospital shifts and neighbor drama. Izuku mostly stayed quiet, eating slowly, trying to focus on the food. Then Mitsuki leaned in, elbow on the table, and asked cheerfully, "So, Izuku, how's the Quirk training going, huh? Masaru and I heard what you did, Demon Kid. You saved Katsuki's life." Katsuki snapped. "You knew." Everyone jumped. Katsuki shot up from his seat, eyes blazing. "You knew he had a quirk and didn't say anything? All of you. Even you, Mom?" Mitsuki blinked, stunned. "Katsuki, sit down. I found out when he yanked me out of the sludge like I was nothing. He's had a quirk this whole time, and none of you told me?" Before anyone else could speak, Izuku stood up too, his voice sharp and firm. "Sit down, Kaken." Silence. Total silence. Everyone stared. Izuku had never raised his voice to Katsuki before. Not once. Not like that. And the way he said it, calm, commanding, with a quiet fire behind his words, shook the room. "This is my home," Izuku said, his voice low but steady. "You don't get to come in here and scream at my mom. Or anyone else. Sit down." Katsuki's fists clenched at his sides. But something in him hesitated. He didn't sit, but he didn't take another step either. Then the mom saw it. The bruises. Inko's hand rose slowly to her mouth. Mitsuki's eyes narrowed. Both mothers turned their heads, first to Katsuki's cut lip and bruised jaw, then to Izuku's bandaged hand, the faint red still peeking through the gauze. And the look they exchanged. Rage. Cold, calculated maternal rage. "These," Mitsuki said flatly, gesturing to both boys' faces, "were not from the sludge villain." Masaru cleared his throat awkwardly, already scooting his chair back. "Mitsuki," Inko's voice was trembling, her eyes moving between her son and the boy she once watched grow up like her own. "Izuku," she asked softly, "did he hit you again?" Izuku didn't answer. He didn't have to. Because Inko knew her son. And Mitsuki? She knew her son too. Mitsuki turned to Katsuki with slow, burning fury. "You lay hands on him again, and I swear to every god in this world, I will knock you through a diamond wall." Izuku hit back this time. Katsuki muttered under his breath. "Don't act like he's innocent." "Because you forced him to," Inko snapped, voice sharp. "You've been forcing him to fight his whole life." The silence returned, heavier than before. Izuku sat back down without another word, face blank, heart pounding, chest aching, but he didn't cry. He didn't flinch. He held his ground. And for the first time ever, Katsuki sat too. Silent. Stewing. Shaken. Because the world was changing. And Izuku Midoriya was no longer someone he could control. Mitsuki's fork clattered to her plate. "All right," she snapped, voice slicing through the tension. "What the hell happened between you two? And don't give me that sludge villain bullshit. What started this? When did you fight? Where? Why?" Izuku opened his mouth slowly, eyes flicking to Inko, then to Mitsuki. Then he spoke, voice low, steady. "It's the glow." Katsuki's chair screeched against the floor. Izuku didn't stop. "It started when we were 13. January 11th, he said, eyes locked on the table in front of him. "That was the day Kaken and I saw it for the first time. The day we found out we were soulmates." Katsuki exploded to his feet, fury burning in every inch of him. "Shut up." Izuku kept talking. "He rejected it. Right there, in an alley. Told me he didn't want it. Didn't want me. And I collapsed. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even stand." His voice was shaking now, but his eyes stayed hard. Katsuki stepped closer, grabbed Izuku by the collar, yanked him to his feet. "I said shut up." But Izuku didn't even flinch. He stared right at him. "You don't get to silence me anymore." Katsuki's grip trembled, rage bubbling under his skin. "This is between us, damn it. It's our bond. No one else needs to know." Izuku's chest heaved, voice rising. "They deserve to know. They raised us. They loved us while you hurt me." "Katsuki." Inko shot up from her chair, panic in her voice. Izuku's words didn't stop. "The pain, the soul shock from that rejection triggered my quirk. That's how I got it. Because you ripped something out of me, and my body broke open trying to fill the hole you left. Katsuki punched him. Izuku reeled back again, but this time, he was already moving before he hit the ground. And just like the night before, they were on each other. Fists flying. Chairs crashing. Plates falling to the floor and shattering. You think you can blame me for everything? Katsuki roared. You made me like this. Izuku shouted back. You broke me and expected me to stay broken. Inko was screaming. Stop it right now. Mitsuki was already pulling at Katsuki's arm, voice hoarse from yelling. Masaru tried to wedge between them, hands out. Boys, stop. But they didn't listen. Not until Masaru grabbed Katsuki by the hair and Izuku by the collar, yanking them apart with a strength no one expected from the normally gentle man. That's enough. The entire apartment went still. Masaru's face, normally so soft and kind, was red with fury. You two want to destroy each other? Fine. Do it outside. But not in this home. Not under our roof. Not in front of the people who love you. Both boys panted, bodies bruised, eyes wide. Neither spoke. Your soulmates? Masaru growled. Then act like it or walk away for good. Silence. Then slowly shaking Masaru let go. Inko collapsed back into her chair, covering her mouth with trembling fingers. Mitsuki stood in the corner, hands on her hips, trying to blink back tears she'd never admit were there. And the boys? They stood in the middle of the chaos, the remnants of dinner around them, their breathing slowing, their fists still clenched, the bond between them still burning. But no one said another word. Not yet. The air was heavy thick with tension, shame, and pain that no amount of yelling could clear. The dining table was wrecked, plates shattered, food cold and forgotten. Masaru stood between the boys, jaw clenched, eyes sharp ready if either made a move. Katsuki's fists were still trembling at his sides, his breathing ragged, eyes locked on Izuku. And Izuku? He stared back unflinching. No longer the boy who cowered. No longer the boy who stayed silent. Not anymore. Mitsuki's voice cut through the room like a blade. Katsuki. He didn't look at her. He didn't move. Why? She asked, her voice steady, but shaking beneath. Why the hell would you do that to him? Katsuki's jaw clenched tighter. Look at me, she barked. Answer me. Katsuki didn't speak. So Izuku did with a cold, bitter smirk curling at the edge of his lip. Go on, Kaken, Izuku said, voice sharp and low. Tell her. Katsuki's eyes finally flicked to him wide, furious, broken. Come on, big strong man, right? Izuku sneered. Tell your mom why you rejected your soulmate in an alley like he was trash. Why you left him screaming in pain. Tell her how you called me a quirkless freak over and over again, how you told me to kill myself when we were 10. How maybe if I died, I'd get a quirk in my next life. Mitsuki's breath caught. Inko covered her mouth in horror. Go on, Katsuki, Izuku pressed, stepping forward, voice shaking with restrained rage. Tell the woman who loves you more than anyone what you did. What you are. Tell her the shit you're capable of. Katsuki snapped. Shut the hell up, he screamed, voice raw, throat cracked. Tears streamed down his face, hot, violent, unwanted. He was trembling. Not just in anger. Not just in shame. But in fear. Because the words were true. Masaru didn't move from his spot, one arm out to keep Katsuki in place, the other ready to catch Izuku if he lunged again. But neither of them moved. They just stood there. Izuku breathing hard. Katsuki breaking apart. Mitsuki stared at her son, really stared. Her hands dropped to her sides. Her expression twisted with something she never thought she'd have to face. You said that? She whispered. Katsuki didn't answer. He couldn't. He was choking on the weight of it, on everything he'd buried, everything he thought would never catch up to him. And now? It was laid bare in front of the people who mattered most. Izuku stood straighter, not triumphant, not smug, just tired. Still bleeding, still burning, but unwilling to be small again. Not for him. Not ever again. It happened in a flash again. Katsuki shoved his father hard, violently, breaking free from Masaru's grasp with a raw, animalistic scream. He lunged, eyes wild, hands already curling into fists as he tackled Izuku, sending them both crashing into the wall with a loud, sickening thud. Inko screamed. Mitsuki cursed. Masaru shouted, but none of it registered. Katsuki's punches came fast, brutal, desperate, not precise, not like before. Just rage. His knuckles slammed into Izuku's ribs, his jaw, his shoulder, but Izuku didn't crumble this time. With a cry of frustration and grief, Izuku hit him right back, each blow landing with years of pain behind it. Why? Izuku screamed, swinging at Katsuki's face. Why do I still love you? Another punch. Katsuki's lips split. Even now when you're beating me bloody, I still feel the glow. I still feel you. Katsuki's head jerked back. His eyes were bloodshot. He wasn't dodging. He wasn't even trying to block the punches anymore. Shut up. Katsuki screamed. Just shut the F up. Izuku hit him again. Katsuki grabbed his shirt collar, yanked him close, forehead to forehead, screaming in his face. Reject me. Do it. Just reject me. His voice cracked, shattered. I don't deserve it, he sobbed, still holding Izuku in place, shaking violently. I've never deserved you. So just stop being a coward. Reject me already. But Izuku couldn't. He couldn't say it. Couldn't do it. His hand curled into a fist again and he just hit back. Because that was the only language they understood anymore. Because the pain was too big for words. Because love and hate lived too close in their fractured hearts. I can't. Izuku screamed through tears. I can't let you go. The fight raged on. Blows exchanged. Bruises layered over bruises. The boys collapsed onto the floor, still swinging, still screaming. And the women screamed in horror, Mitsuki rushing forward only to be shoved back as Masaru tried desperately to pull them apart again. But he couldn't. Not this time. Because what they were fighting wasn't just each other. They were fighting the bond. The glow that refused to die. The love that refused to stop. Even as it destroyed them both. Inko had had enough. The second Izuku cried out again, body shaking from a punch that hit too close to his bandaged ribs, she didn't hesitate. Her hands snapped forward, fingers glowing with her low-level magnetic quirk normally used to pull small items or kitchenware across the house, but now, it latched onto the metal buttons on Izuku's hoodie and yanked him back with a force he didn't expect. That's enough. Inko screamed, face red, heart pounding. Masaru didn't miss a beat. He dove forward and tackled Katsuki, pinning his son to the ground with his full weight, just in time to stop another lunge. Katsuki thrashed underneath him, still screaming, still trying to reach Izuku like this fight would never be over. Mitsuki sprinted to Inko's side, grabbing Izuku's shoulders with her own strength, holding him in place. He was still fighting to move, growling, bleeding, yelling. Both boys were wild. Hoarse. Half delirious with emotion and pain. Their voices cut over each other, over the adults, over the wreckage of the room. I hate you. Izuku screamed. Then reject me. Katsuki sobbed. Just why didn't you get your demon quirk before everything happened? Izuku froze just for a second, breathing hard, chest rising and falling like a thunderstorm. Katsuki's voice cracked, truly broke as he kept going, face streaked with blood and tears. Why didn't you stop? He choked out. Why couldn't you just listen? I told you to stop throwing yourself into danger. I told you to stop trying to be a hero when you didn't have a quirk. His voice shook violently. Why didn't you just stop when I told you? Mitsuki's face twisted, heart breaking at the sound of her son's fear hiding under all that rage. Katsuki kept going so raw, so small now beneath his father's weight. I was scared, okay? You were gonna get yourself killed. I couldn't watch you die. I didn't know how to protect you except by pushing you down. I didn't know what else to do. Silence. Izuku stared at him, face bruised and cut and trembling with years of held-in agony. He whispered, "Get out?" Katsuki blinked. What? Izuku's eyes burned. Get out, he roared, the dam bursting again. You don't get to say that anymore. Not after everything you did. Not after the years you spent breaking me. Don't you dare twist this like you were protecting me. You were scared so you lashed out, you beat me down, you tried to bury me alive and call it love? He struggled forward in Mitsuki and Inko's grasp, voice shaking with fury. You're a piece of weak sheet. Katsuki reeled. Izuku's eyes narrowed, a venomous mix of grief and fire behind them. What kind of man can't even face his own feelings? What kind of man loves someone and beats them into the dirt for it? Katsuki looked like he'd been shot. His body went still. Masaru's hands slowly loosened, but Katsuki didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't speak. Izuku's voice was quiet now, like the fire had burned too long and only embers remained. I would have followed you anywhere, Kaken. And you used that to destroy me. The room was still again. Only the sound of uneven breathing, quiet sobs, and the dull crackle of what used to be everything between them. And Katsuki didn't fight anymore. He just cried. Katsuki ran like his lungs were collapsing. His legs burned, each step pounding against the pavement and then the dirt trail as the city thinned behind him. His heart felt like it had been ripped from his chest, dragged out in pieces by every word Izuku had screamed at him. You're a piece of weak sheet. What kind of man can't even face his feelings? You used me to destroy me. Katsuki didn't know where he was going. He didn't care. All he knew was he needed to run. Get away from the apartment, from their parents, from Masaru's hands holding him back, from the glow he couldn't outrun no matter how hard he tried. He didn't hear the footsteps thudding behind him. Didn't hear Masaru's voice calling after him, or the second set of faster, lighter steps Izuku's closing in. His legs guided him with instinct. Muscle memory. And before he knew it, he was there. The forest. Their forest. Overgrown now, wild and quiet. The sun had dipped behind the trees, the lake just barely catching the dying golden light between the reeds. The same moss-covered logs still stretched across the water like a challenge, aged but unbroken. Katsuki collapsed at its edge, knees hitting the dirt. His body trembled, hands digging into the earth as the memories came crashing back. That day, the others had laughed when he fell into the water. Not with him at him. But Izuku hadn't laughed. Izuku had jumped in quirkless, scrawny, scared, but determined. He'd swum to Katsuki, coughing and choking, eyes wide with panic and concern. Katsuki had shoved him away, furious and humiliated. And he'd never stopped pushing. Not then. Not ever. Just like he'd shoved away the glow. Just like he'd shoved away Izuku. Footsteps came crashing through the trees behind him, frantic and clumsy, breath heaving like lungs were on fire. Izuku. He skidded to a stop just behind him, panting hard, doubled over, his own heart thudding like it was going to burst. He didn't know why he'd followed him. Couldn't explain it. Couldn't rationalize it. After everything Katsuki had done, after every bruise, every insult, every scar. He still wanted him. And he hated it. God, he hated it. His heart ached with every rejection, every cruel word that still echoed in the hollows of his ribs. But standing there, seeing Katsuki on his knees at the edge of the lake, trembling in the same spot they used to play, Izuku still wanted him. Didn't know if he wanted to scream, or cry, or break him with another punch. Or kiss him until he shut up. Until he finally stayed. Neither boy heard the frantic crashing through the woods behind them. Neither noticed Masaru breathless and shouting, voice hoarse from yelling their names. All that existed in that moment was the log, the lake, and the boy who had always been everything to Izuku. And the boy who had spent his entire life trying not to drown in what he felt for him. Izuku stood just a few feet behind him, chest rising and falling with ragged, uneven breaths. The forest was quiet now. The lake shimmered softly in the fading light, calm and untouched, the exact opposite of how Izuku felt inside. He stared at Katsuki's back, trembling, hunched, fists clenched in the dirt, and he didn't know what to say. He didn't even know why he'd run after him. He'd told him to leave. Screamed it. Meant it. So why was he here? Why was it always him chasing after Katsuki? Why was it always Izuku crawling behind someone who never turned around? His heart was pounding with something more than exertion. It was rage. It was grief. It was a hurt so deep it had sunk into his bones. His fists trembled at his sides. Why? He whispered, more to himself than anyone. Why is it always me? Katsuki didn't answer. Didn't move. I told you to leave, Izuku said louder, voice shaking. I told you to get out. I meant it. So why the hell did I follow you? Still no answer. Izuku took a shaky step forward, voice rising, unraveling. Why is it always me? Why am I the one who always chases after you, Kaken? Why do I still care after everything? After the way you treat me after you beat me down, after you rejected me not once, but twice. Katsuki flinched. You punched me, humiliated me, you told me to kill myself, and I still can't let you go. His voice cracked hard now, throat tight with tears. Why? Why do I have to be the one who keeps loving you? His legs finally gave out. Izuku collapsed to his knees behind him, hands gripping the dirt. I don't want to anymore, he whispered brokenly. I can't take the pain. I can't. It hurts too much. You hurt me too much. Katsuki turned slightly just enough to look at him over his shoulder, eyes red, face wet, but he said nothing. Izuku's voice was raw, jagged. You don't love me. You can't. Because if you did, you wouldn't keep doing this. You wouldn't keep breaking me just to see if I'll still come back. His eyes lifted, locking onto Katsuki's through the blur of his tears. I should reject you, he breathed. I should. And yet, he couldn't say it. He couldn't do it. Because even now, when he felt like he was bleeding from the inside out, even now as the glow flickered behind his ribs like it was begging him to let go, Izuku still loved him. And he hated himself for it. From the trees, hidden in the shadow, Masaru stood frozen, chest heaving, silent, watching them break themselves apart again. He didn't call out. Not yet. Because this wasn't a fight anyone else could stop. Not this time. Izuku's scream shattered the stillness like a gunshot. Why does it still hurt? His voice cracked in half as the cry tore out of his chest, raw and broken and full of years he could never get back. His knees hit the dirt with a dull thud, hands shaking, tears streaming freely now no longer hidden, no longer controlled. He sobbed like a child. Like he had when he was 4, when the doctor said no Quirk. Like he had the first time Katsuki pushed him down and called him worthless. His whole body shook as he curled inward, clutching at the ache in his chest that wouldn't go away. Katsuki stared. Frozen. His chest was heaving but not from running anymore. It was from the pounding of his heart, the horror that gripped him as he looked at Izuku and realized. This was his fault. All of it. He'd seen Izuku strong. Taller now. More muscular. Fierce. Smart. Unshakable. But this? This Izuku, the one hunched on the forest floor, voice cracked, back curled like he was trying to protect himself from the world. He looked smaller than he ever had. Smaller than before the Quirk. Smaller than he did when they were kids. And Katsuki broke. His stomach twisted, lungs heaving as the reality sank in. He did this. He had torn Izuku down so many times. Lied to himself. Justified it. Called it tough love, said it was for his own good. He'd convinced himself it was the only way to keep Izuku safe. But it wasn't safety. It was fear. It was self-hate. It was everything Katsuki couldn't say turned into fists and venom. He took a stumbling step back, hand over his mouth. And then, he vomited. He turned, fell to his knees, and retched violently into the dirt beside the log. His whole body convulsed like it was trying to purge everything, every awful thing he'd ever said, every time he told Izuku to die, every hit, every insult, every moment he chose cruelty instead of love. He wiped his mouth, tears still falling, nose running, arms shaking. And still, Izuku didn't move. He just stayed there, on his knees, crying like he didn't know how to stop. Katsuki turned to look at him again. Izuku was facing the ground, shoulders trembling, lips quivering around the sound of a heart that had been broken too many times to fully heal. Katsuki couldn't take it. He couldn't breathe. Izuku, he whispered, voice barely there. But Izuku didn't answer. He didn't even look up. Because he didn't know if he could forgive him. And Katsuki didn't know if he deserved to be seen. Izuku lifted himself from the dirt like he was pulling himself out of a grave. His body ached. His face was raw, his knuckles bruised from the night before. His chest felt cracked open, exposed with everything he had screamed, everything he had buried for years finally let loose in the woods like wildfire. And still, he moved. Straight toward Katsuki. Not with tears now, but with a fist. Because his heart couldn't form the words. Because words weren't enough. Not for this. Not for them. His knuckles collided with Katsuki's cheekbone with a sharp crack, whipping his head to the side. Katsuki didn't fall. He turned back with a broken look, not angry, not anymore. But relieved. And he swung back. It was chaos. Their fists said what their mouths couldn't. You broke me. I didn't know how to love you right. You were everything to me. I hated you for being everything I wasn't. You left me. You kept coming back. Each blow echoed through the forest, fists crashing against ribs, shoulders, jaws. They didn't block. They didn't dodge. They took it. Every hit an answer. Every strike a confession. Izuku's hand clenched Katsuki's shirt as he shoved him back, screaming through gritted teeth, "You a-hole!" Katsuki's head snapped forward with a punch, then he staggered, laughing through his bleeding mouth. "You followed me again, dumbass." Their foreheads smashed together, teeth bared, eyes swollen, blood mixing with sweat. They didn't know if their hearts would survive this. Didn't know if the glow would flicker and die or burn brighter than it ever had. It was stupid. It was insane. It was them. Dumbass in love, always swinging, always breaking, always finding each other again in the middle of disaster. And through it all, Masaru stood frozen, chest heaving, hands trembling. He had broken up fights before. He had seen Katsuki furious, seen his son bloody from training and worse, but this was different. This was feral. Terrifying. The kind of fight you don't touch because it wasn't just fists, it was soul deep. Izuku threw another punch, Katsuki caught it, shoved him, and they crashed down into the grass, still hitting, still snarling, still aching. Masaru whispered to himself, voice full of dread and helpless awe. They're gonna destroy each other. But he couldn't look away. Because this was love. Ugly, raw, blistering love. And it was going to tear them apart. Or rebuild them from the inside out. One more punch. That's all it took. Izuku's fist collided with Katsuki's cheek at the exact moment Katsuki's knuckles crashed into Izuku's ribs. It was poetic, brutal, final, like the universe sighed and said, enough. Both boys stumbled. Their eyes, already swollen, met for one last moment of shared rage, grief, and something that might have been love. And then, they dropped. Like puppets whose strings had been violently severed. Masaru sprinted forward. Boys! He reached them just as they collapsed onto the grass, arms outstretched, managing to catch Katsuki first, then grabbing Izuku with the other arm, pulling both boys into his chest before they could fully slam into the earth. No. They were unconscious. Blood smeared across their faces, lips split, noses crusted with dried crimson. Knuckles were raw, skin split open and knotted with swelling. Bruises had already begun to bloom like storm clouds across their ribs, cheeks, arms. They looked like they had been through a war. Because they had. Masaru held them close, arms shaking as he cradled their battered forms against his chest, one boy under each arm. He couldn't stop the tears. His throat tightened as sobs escaped harsh and quiet, like he was ashamed to cry in front of them. God damn it. He looked down at them, at their broken faces, their bruised knuckles curled in like they'd never stopped fighting even in unconsciousness. What happened to you too? He whispered. He didn't know when it had gotten this bad. He didn't know how it had gone so far. He thought the bullying would stop with time. He thought the glow would fix things. He thought love would bring them back together. He thought that maybe if he just trusted them to grow, they'd be okay. But here they were. Collapsed in his arms, torn apart by fists and love and every word they couldn't say right. Masaru sobbed. I'm so sorry, he whispered, pressing a trembling kiss to Katsuki's bloody forehead. I failed you. I failed both of you. I couldn't stop this. I couldn't even stop your fists. He looked at Izuku next, brushing blood-matted curls away from his face, his hand trembling. You didn't deserve this. Neither of them did. And yet, somehow they always ended up right here. Together. Even in their pain. Even in the wreckage. Masaru held them tighter, his tears soaking into their shirts, and made a vow with no words. He would not let this destroy them. Not when there was still something left to save. They say boys don't cry. That real men don't break. But Katsuki Bakugo had never been more broken in his life. He lay curled on his side in the dark of his bedroom, the sheets twisted around his legs like shackles. Every inch of him ached, his ribs throbbed, his jaw was tight, his knuckles swollen and cracked, but none of it compared to the pain inside his chest. Not even close. His fingers dug into the mattress, gripping it like it was the only thing keeping him from falling apart completely. Izuku had seen him cry. The boy he'd spent years calling weak. Worthless. A joke. The boy who had never stopped chasing him, not even when Katsuki gave him every reason to run. The boy who loved him. And Katsuki threw it all away. He'd begged with his fists, screamed through bloodied lips, but for what? What was the point now? He remembered the first time he'd pushed Izuku down on the playground, just kids. Just ego and fear and a twisted, festering need to be better. Katsuki hadn't even thought twice back then. He had liked the way Izuku looked at him. Like he was something special. Powerful. Worth worshipping. But he hadn't understood it, hadn't wanted to understand it. He'd crushed every word of praise, every ounce of affection Izuku gave him, under his heel. And now? Now there was nothing left. No more soft voices saying, "You're amazing, Kaken." No more wide eyes full of hope. No more stupid little notebooks filled with his name and admiration. Now it was just silence. And memory. And regret so deep it made his bones ache. Katsuki rolled onto his back, arm flung over his face, chest rising and falling like he was suffocating under the weight of what he'd done. He had made Izuku beg. Had made him cry and scream and fight for his life just to be loved. And when Izuku finally stood up for himself, when he finally fought back, Katsuki realized what it was like to be on the other side. To be the one left behind. To feel that unbearable, gnawing hole in his chest where Izuku used to live. He'd always taken the glow for granted. Always assumed Izuku would come back, no matter what. But now there were no more apologies. No more, "Kaken," whispered in admiration. No more chances. And Katsuki understood. He deserved it. He was the one who pushed him away. He was the one who broke the bond. He was the one who saw love and answered it with violence. And now all he had were bruises and memories. And silence. Katsuki pressed his face into the pillow, shoulders trembling. He couldn't cry in front of anyone anymore. But alone in the dark, he wept. Not from pain. Not from bruises. But because he finally saw the truth. And the truth was this. He loved Izuku Midoriya. And he lost him. And it was his own DMN fault. The room was quiet. Dim light filtered through the blinds, casting soft shadows on the walls. The scent of antiseptic still lingered in the air, mixed with the warmth of clean sheets and the gentle hum of the fan. Inko had done everything she could, bandaged every bruise, iced every swelling, cleaned every cut with a mother's steady hands and an aching heart. But there was one wound she couldn't touch. Izuku's heart. He lay in bed now, staring at the ceiling, one arm draped over his stomach, the other across his bruised chest. His busted lip throbbed in time with his pulse. His cheek was swollen, his eye barely opened. His hands ached, his knuckles a mess of dried blood and gauze, but none of it mattered. Not compared to the way his heart kept pulling. Thudding. Twisting. Because Katsuki's punches had said more than his words ever had. Izuku had heard every hit. The "please don't leave me," the "I'm sorry," the "I didn't know how else to hold on to you without hurting you." He understood. That was the worst part. He understood exactly what Katsuki was trying to say. But why now? Why after everything? Why after every time he'd burned Izuku's arms, shoved him into walls, called him a useless, quirkless freak, told him to jump off a building? Why did it take this long, this much pain for Katsuki to realize what he had? It would have been so much easier if Katsuki actually hated him. Easier to reject. Easier to let go. But Katsuki didn't hate him. And Izuku couldn't bring himself to hate him either. He knew. He knew that eventually somehow he'd forgive him. Because that was how deep Izuku's love ran. It wasn't just soul deep. It was before the glow. Before quirks. Before pain. Before fists and bruises and the screaming that tore them apart. It was the way Izuku had always loved Katsuki, without condition. Without timeline. Without logic. He'd probably love him even if there wasn't a soul glow at all. But just because Izuku could forgive him, didn't mean he'd make it easy. No, if Katsuki wanted him back, really wanted him, he was going to have to fight for it. He was going to have to earn it. Izuku closed his eyes slowly, swallowing past the tightness in his throat. Katsuki doesn't get to beat me bloody and then be forgiven because he's finally scared of losing me. If he wanted a second chance, he was going to have to crawl for it. And this time, Izuku wasn't chasing him anymore. The silence between them was deafening. For weeks. For long, tense, quiet weeks before the UA entrance exam. Katsuki and Izuku didn't speak. Not a word. Not a glance. Not even a breath in each other's direction. They walked opposite paths through the school halls, even if it meant taking longer routes. They entered classrooms from different doors. If Katsuki sat on the left side of the room, Izuku would take the far right. If a teacher tried to move them closer, they both glared until the seating chart was quietly abandoned. They had every single DMN class together. And every single one of them felt like a war zone under a ceasefire. Their desks were only 2 rows apart, and yet the air between them felt like a minefield. Every twitch, every breath, every shift of a chair loaded with tension. But neither moved. Neither spoke. It wasn't indifference. It was restraint. Barely. The bruises on their faces faded slowly, but the ones on their hands lingered. Their fingers were still taped, their knuckles scarred and swollen. They didn't even bother to hide it anymore. And everyone saw. Every student in the room noticed the cuts, the swelling, the faint remnants of a storm that had clearly torn both boys apart. But no one said a word. Not to Katsuki. Not to Izuku. Not to each other. They were all too afraid. Because now, everyone knew. Everyone saw it on the news. The footage of Izuku Midoriya lifting Katsuki Bakugo from the grip of a sludge villain with a single flick of his wrist. The way the villain had exploded apart, the way Izuku had captured it midair, torn the eyes from its body and hurled them into a bottle like it was nothing. And then the footage cut to the next shot. Izuku forcing sludge from Katsuki's lungs with his quirk. Controlled. Deadly. The quirkless freak wasn't quirkless anymore. And he was terrifying. The students who used to whisper about him, shove him, mock him in the back rows of class, they stayed silent now. They didn't laugh. They didn't push. They didn't look at him if they could help it. Because if someone like Katsuki couldn't break Izuku, then none of them had a chance. And worse. They all knew they'd helped build the boy who might just break them back. Even if he never raised a hand. Even if he never said a word. Izuku walked through the halls like a ghost with purpose. Cold. Collected. His eyes didn't hold fear anymore, they held focus. He was done playing nice. Done playing weak. And Katsuki? He watched from across classrooms, from reflections in lockers, from the corner of his eye when Izuku passed. He watched the boy he tried to destroy become something he couldn't reach anymore. He was the one who burned the bridge. And Izuku let it burn. Without saying a word. The day had finally come. The UA entrance exam. Izuku stood at the gates of the most prestigious hero school in Japan, the morning sun bathing the city-sized campus in golden light. His uniform was crisp, his shoes polished, and his bag slung across his shoulder with surgical precision. But none of that mattered. Because today wasn't about how he looked. Today was about him. Not about Katsuki. Not about the glow. Not about the pain in his chest that still pulsed when he tried to sleep. That pain didn't matter today. Today was the beginning of the rest of his life. And Izuku Midoriya was ready. The written exam was first, and it went by in a breeze. He hadn't even broken a sweat. He never did when it came to tests. He had always been smarter than most of his peers, not that he ever flaunted it. He didn't need to. He knew the material. He lived for it. Strategy, calculation, decision-making under pressure, it was his language. Still, he kept his head down, quiet and composed. Nothing flashy. Nothing loud. And then, the orientation room. The moment he stepped in, his stomach sank. Katsuki. Right there. Same row. And worse, the empty seat next to him was Izuku's. He didn't flinch. Didn't look his way. Just walked down the row like Bakugo Katsuki didn't even exist. And that was its own kind of power. Izuku sat down, spine straight, eyes forward, not once acknowledging the weight of the boy beside him, the familiar static in the air that used to drown him. Not today. Present Mick's voice boomed from the front of the room, snapping the room to attention. All right, listen up, future heroes, he shouted, full of energy and absolutely no chill. You've all made it to the practical portion. Let's break it down. He slapped the board behind him. Mach City. 3 different types of bots. 1-pointer, 2-pointer, and 3-pointer. Your job? Rem. Izuku leaned forward slightly, soaking in every detail. His fingers tapped lightly on his knee, mind already running simulations. A stiff voice cut through the room. Excuse me. Everyone turned. A tall, overly straight-backed boy stood up, glasses glinting with indignation. This exam seems flawed. There is mention of 3 types of bots, yet I only count 2 on the board. How can this be a school of prestige if your information is incomplete? Mike blinked, then grinned. Oh, you're one of those, huh? He laughed. Don't worry, glasses-kun, I'm getting there. The board flickered. A 4th silhouette appeared. The 0-pointer. This big guy right here? Present, Mike said, pointing to the shadow of a massive, monstrous machine. Ignore it. It's not worth anything. It's just there to mess with you. He leaned forward like he was sharing a secret. If you know what's good for you, stay away from it. A chill went through the room. Students murmured, eyes wide. But Izuku? He didn't flinch. He sat back, arms crossed, his mind sharpening like a blade. This wasn't just a test. This was his moment. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't scared. The second the doors blew open with a beezy, Izuku was already sprinting. No hesitation. No second-guessing. No fear. Just focus. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in a real battle. Present Mike had shouted, and Izuku had taken it to heart. His feet hit the ground with precision, his eyes scanning, calculating. His quirk was already humming beneath his skin, tuned, sharp, ready. Behind him, of course, came Katsuki. Izuku didn't look back. He didn't need to. He felt his presence like a shadow at his heels. But today wasn't about Katsuki. It was about unleashing everything Izuku had buried. And he did. He tore into the robots like a storm made flesh. His telekinesis snapped bolts clean from frames, yanked legs off their hinges, crushed cores midair. He flipped through narrow alleys between buildings, redirected shrapnel, exploded machines with pinpoint focus and pure, unfiltered rage. This was his catharsis. This was every insult, every bruise, every rejection turned into power. He vaulted onto the chest of a 2-pointer, ripped its arms out, and used them to bash in the face of a 1-pointer nearby. Around him, other students flinched, backed off, cleared the way. Because Izuku Midoriya was relentless. And every single time he turned to the side, he saw Katsuki doing the same. Launching himself from bot to bot, explosions ringing out, his movements violent and efficient. They weren't fighting together, but their destruction was almost synchronized. Izuku clenched his teeth, pushed harder. He would not be second to Katsuki. Not again. A quake shook the ground beneath them. The sky darkened as a shadow rose over the buildings. Screams. The 0-pointer. It towered above the fake city like a monster pulled from a nightmare, steel plates grinding against each other, glowing red eyes sweeping across the battlefield. Its massive fists shattered buildings with each swing. And while the others ran, Izuku kept going. He kept destroying bots, kept collecting points, focused. But then he heard it. A scream. Hi, terrified. Help. His head snapped to the side. A girl, pink hair, pink skin pinned beneath a massive chunk of collapsed debris. Her ankle was twisted underneath it, her acid sizzling uselessly against the rubble. She looked barely conscious. Everything in Izuku's body screamed, keep going. Stay focused. Stay safe. She's not worth points. But He was Izuku Midoriya. He ran. He darted through falling debris, leapt over crumbling concrete, skidded to her side and dropped to his knees. "Hold on, I got you." She blinked up at him. Who? He didn't answer. His hands hovered just above the slab, his quirk flaring to life in his fingers. The piece of metal was huge, easily half the weight of a semi-truck. But Izuku grit his teeth, sweat beading across his brow, and with a roar he lifted it. He threw the entire slab into the air like it weighed nothing. Not far, just enough to clear her. And then he turned to the zero-pointer. It was right there. Its shadow stretched over them. Izuku didn't hesitate. He grabbed a jagged piece of steel that had fallen beside him, twisted, sharp, and narrowed his eyes. His quirk surged. With everything he had, he hurled the steel like a spear. It screamed through the air, blazing with green light, and pierced straight through the zero-pointer's head. The machine stuttered, glitched, collapsed in on itself with a thunderous crash. Silence fell across the test site. Izuku stood there, panting, eyes wide, chest heaving, his body trembling not from fear, but from sheer, overwhelming energy. The pink girl stared at him like he wasn't even real. What's your name?" she asked softly. He blinked. "Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya." And then he smiled. Because this was just the beginning. Thank you. Mina Ashido chirped as Izuku carefully lifted her into his arms, bridal style. "Oh my god, you just speared that giant robot in the face. I thought I was dead, and then bam. There you were, all glowy and broody and cool." Izuku flushed, muscles aching as he adjusted his grip beneath her knees and back. "It was nothing." "Nothing?" she gasped dramatically. "I was about to become acid pink paste, and you just casually lifted a building off of me. Like it was a soda can. You're insane." Izuku couldn't help it, he laughed. Exhausted, bruised, and covered in grime, he actually laughed. Because Mina Ashido? She had nearly been flattened by a skyscraper of a robot, and she was rambling like they were walking through the mall. "I'm sorry," she said, noticing his tired smile. "I talk when I'm nervous. Or excited. Or breathing, really. But seriously, what's your name again?" "Izuku, right?" "I'm Mina." "I know," he said with a small smile. "I've seen you around the school. You're kind of unforgettable." She beamed. "You're sweet and you have muscles? Dangerous combo." "Midoriya." He nearly tripped. By the time they reached Recovery Girl Station, Izuku's arms were aching worse than any fight, but he set Mina down gently onto the medical cot like she was something fragile. "Thanks again," she said, her tone softening. "Really? You didn't have to come back for me." "I did," Izuku said simply. "It's what heroes do." Mina smiled wide and gave him a thumbs up before the nurse gently ushered him aside. He turned, shoulders sore, legs trembling, but heart full. And just as he stepped away, the buzzer rang. The test was over. Izuku blinked up at the digital board counting down above the arena. No more bots. No more points. That rescue had been his last action. But Izuku didn't regret a second of it. He knew he'd done enough. Not just in points, but in actions. In character. So with a bruised smile and blood on his sleeves, Izuku walked out of UA with his head high. He hadn't just passed a test. He had become a hero. The city buzzed around him, horns, footsteps, distant chatter, but Izuku hardly noticed. He walked with slow, steady steps, the warmth of the sun on his back and the ghost of adrenaline still buzzing under his skin. His muscles ached, every step sending small pulses of pain through his legs, but it was a good ache. The kind that came from earning something. His thoughts replayed the exam in flashes. Crushbots. Screams. That moment he speared the zero-pointer. Mina's laugh as he carried her like some ridiculous fairy tale. He let out a small breath, almost a laugh. Yeah. He did good. He popped in his earbuds and hit play. The familiar beat of one of his favorite songs filled his ears, pushing out the world. Well, most of it. Because he could feel the presence behind him. That ever-familiar pressure. Katsuki. Of course. Of course he was walking behind him. Same route. Same neighborhood. Same stupid path home they'd been taking since they were little kids who actually liked each other. But not today. Today wasn't about Katsuki. Izuku didn't even glance over his shoulder. He just pulled the tiny juice box from his backpack pocket his mom had packed it and took a slow, satisfied sip. Apple. Sweet and cold. Perfect. Inko always thought of everything. He smiled softly around the straw, eyes distant but fond. He loved his mom. She believed in him before anyone else did. She saw him as a hero even when he was quirkless and sobbing under the weight of the world. And now? Now he was on his way. He felt it. He took another sip, music playing loud in his ears, the sun warm on his face, the soul glow flickering faintly in his chest like a shadow trying to reach him, like something behind him wanted his attention. But Izuku didn't turn around. Because today, the only thing that mattered was forward. Katsuki walked a few paces behind him, hands stuffed in his pockets, jaw tight. Izuku's back was straight, confident, but broader than his. His strides were longer now, measured, grounded, powerful. Taller than him. The scrawny, quirkless, wide-eyed boy who used to trail behind him with a notebook and a dream felt like a ghost now faded into something untouchable. Something real. Izuku had changed. He'd grown. And he'd done it without him. Katsuki's throat burned. He watched the earbuds in Izuku's ears bounce slightly with every step, the juice box in his hand nearly empty, the straw bobbing as he took another lazy sip like he didn't have a single care in the world. Like he wasn't even aware that Katsuki was there. But Katsuki knew better. He felt it. The silence between them wasn't empty, it was full. Full of words unsaid. Full of questions Katsuki wanted to ask but didn't deserve to. What's your quirk really like? How did it feel, saving me? Did you cry after? Did you think about me when it ended? Did you wish it had been anyone else? He wanted to ask him about the exam, even though he didn't need to. He'd seen every second of it. He'd seen Izuku tear through bots with precision and rage. Saw the way his eyes lit up with focus, the way his movements were honed and deliberate. Saw him save that girl like it was instinct, like it was written into his DNA to help. Katsuki hadn't been able to take his eyes off him. Not then. Not now. Izuku didn't so much as glance back. Not even when their shadows stretched into one long blur across the sidewalk. Katsuki wanted to say something, anything, but the words dried up behind his teeth. Because what could he say now? What right did he have to ask? To want? He'd ignored the glow. He'd broken the bond. He'd rejected the only person who had ever loved him without limits. And now, all he could do was walk behind him. Watch his back. And wish he was still the one who walked beside him. The envelope felt heavier than paper should. Izuku sat on the couch, back stiff, leg bouncing uncontrollably, hands fidgeting in his lap like they couldn't decide whether to open it or throw it across the room. His heart was pounding so loud it echoed in his ears. The door burst open just as he reached for it. He called, scrambling to stand. She stumbled in, still in her nurse scrubs, badge askew, hair frazzled and shoes half off, but her eyes lit up when she saw the envelope in his hands. Is that it? He nodded, voice caught in his throat. She practically threw her bag onto the kitchen table and collapsed onto the couch beside him, breathless. Well, she huffed. Open it, Izuku. With trembling fingers, he peeled it open. A small disc slipped out and clattered onto the floor. They both jumped. It glowed, hummed, and then with a soft whir, the hologram activated. All Might. In full costume. Arms crossed. Grinning wide, that famous voice booming through the tiny apartment like it couldn't be contained. Young Midoriya. Izuku gasped. His legs gave out and he fell back to the couch, face full of awe, tears already brimming. Is that? Inko gasped. It's All Might. Izuku squeaked, hands flying to his mouth. It's really him. The hologram continued, oblivious to Izuku geeking out beside it. I am here to deliver great news. You've done very well, young man. You made it through the written exam with ease, but that wasn't the real test, was it? All Might's smile softened just slightly. You showed your true strength in the practical exam. You received the second highest amount of villain points. A very impressive feat on its own. Izuku's heart skipped. Second? who was first. However, All Might continued, eyes twinkling. There's something UA does not disclose to the general public until now. Rescue points. Gasped. Izuku's eyes widened, leaning in closer. While others ran, you ran in. You risked your points and your safety to save another student. That action alone is worth more than anything. The screen displayed a glowing chart. 60 villain points. 30 rescue points. 90 total points. Ranked first. Young Midoriya, you came in first place. Izuku screamed. All Might laughed warmly. You have a heart worthy of a hero. So with that, allow me to say welcome to UA High School. The hologram fizzled out. And Izuku collapsed sideways into his mom's arms, laughing and crying all at once. I got in, he whispered. You got first place, baby, Inko whispered, already sobbing. Izuku looked up at the now dark disc still glowing faintly on the floor. First place. This was it. This was the beginning. And no one, not even Katsuki, could take this moment away from him. The sun was barely up, but Inko Midoriya was already moving at full throttle. Do you have your ID card? Yes, Mom. Your lunch? Wait, do you want to just in case? Mom, I triple-checked it last night and this morning. Do you need more pens? What if your shoes aren't comfortable? Should I get the gel inserts? Izuku laughed, trying to wriggle away from her hands, smoothing down his blazer for the 5th time. I'm okay, I swear. Like mother, like son, remember. Inko paused, eyes glassy, heart full. My baby's going to you, Dada. He gave her a soft smile, one he used to give her when he was little, clinging to her pant leg on the first day of pre-K. I'll be back before you know it, Mom. She hugged him tight and finally let him go, waving from the doorway until he turned the corner. The walk to UA felt different now. The city didn't seem quite so big. The sky looked brighter. And the ache that used to sit in Izuku's chest every time he passed the old playground? Gone. He had made it. He had won. And then, Midoriya. A weight slammed into his back, arms wrapping tightly around his shoulders as legs lifted off the ground. Izuku staggered, half laughing, half panicking. Waff. You're my friend now. Mina Ashido chirped into his ear, hair bouncing wildly around his face. You saved my life, and I have claimed you. You're mine. Izuku burst out laughing, trying not to drop his juice box. You're seriously just not gonna let go, huh? Nope. Never. Deal with it. Behind them, someone was gasping for breath, hands on his knees. Mina, a red-haired boy, groaned, catching up. We talked about this, no jumping on strangers. Izuku blinked as the guy caught up, cheeks flushed, sweat on his brow. His eyes were warm and full of energy, even while scolding. You must be Midoriya, he said, finally standing upright. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. And thanks, man, for saving my girlfriend. Mina gasped from her perch on Izuku's back, smacking Eijiro's shoulder. Eijiro, we weren't gonna tell people that yet. Oops, he grinned sheepishly. Guess I just did. Izuku chuckled, adjusting his grip to better carry Mina's weight. It's fine. You guys seem cool. See? Mina beamed. Told you he was awesome. Yeah, Eijiro rolled his eyes playfully, then held out a fist. Glad we're in the same class. Looking forward to watching you wreck robots again. Izuku bumped his fist with a grin. Looking forward to it too. And as they walked together, Mina still clinging to him, Kirishima chatting about how insane UA's training schedule was rumored to be, Izuku felt something warm settle in his chest. Something that wasn't pain. Wasn't heartbreak. Wasn't the glow. It was belonging. And it was only the beginning. As the three of them walked toward UA's towering gates, Mina still very much attached to Izuku's back like a giggly, pink backpack, Izuku tilted his head back slightly to glance at Eijiro. Wait, how do you know we're in the same class? Eijiro grinned, casually swinging Izuku's actual backpack over his shoulder. Oh, easy. They showed the top 3 scorers replays after the exam results came out. Izuku blinked. Wait, replays? Yeah, Eijiro nodded, amused. You didn't watch it? Izuku laughed sheepishly. I was too busy celebrating with my mom. We were crying over apple juice and sobbing into the couch cushions. There was a lot of hugging. Mina snorted against his ear. That's adorable. I watched it 5 times. You totally speared that zero-pointer like a main character in a mech anime. Ijiro nodded enthusiastically. It was epic. Everyone in the room lost their minds. And then at the end, they revealed our class rosters, everyone's peers for the hero course. Izuku blinked. So you already knew we'd be in the same class? Yep. Kirishima flashed a sharp-toothed grin. I was really hoping I'd get to meet you. Mina tightened her grip around Izuku's shoulders with a proud hum. See, Midoriya? You're famous. Izuku chuckled, feeling his cheeks flush, am also kind of being used as a human ride. You say that like it's a bad thing, Mina teased, kicking her feet lightly. I'm not letting go until we get to class. Ijiro adjusted the backpack on his shoulder with a grunt. Yeah, well, she refused to carry anything, so now I'm your luggage boy. Izuku grinned. You're doing great, Kirishima. Thanks for the assist. No problem, he said, bumping his shoulder gently against Izuku's. What are hero friends for? As Yue rose into view ahead of them, towering and full of promise, Izuku smiled softly to himself. Maybe this really was a new beginning. And maybe for once he wouldn't be facing it alone. The door slid open with a soft sh, and Izuku took his first step into Class 1A. Kirishima walked beside him, carrying his backpack like a proud assistant. Mina squealed from her throne on Izuku's back, one arm raised like she was waving to a crowd at a concert. We're here, baby, she beamed, practically vibrating with excitement. Hero course. Class 1 at the main stage. Immediately, the room turned. Guess. Whispers. Recognition. That's him, someone muttered. He's the one who took out the zero-pointer. Didn't he get first place? He speared it through the head. A tall, polished-looking boy with glasses stood up sharply. That was incredibly well executed. You must have been one of the only examinees to deduce the presence of hidden rescue points. Truly a masterstroke of tactical awareness. Izuku blinked. Thanks? I actually didn't know about the rescue points. Someone needed help. The glasses boy gasped. Even more admirable. He adjusted his frames. I am Tenya Ida, of the prestigious Ida family. Is a pleasure to meet a fellow serious student. Then a bubbly girl bounced up, cheeks round and eyes wide. That was so cool. What's your quirk, Midoriya-kun? It's called telekinesis, he said shyly, scratching the back of his head as Mina giggled on his back. I can move things with my mind, sort of. It's more complex than that. Cool, she smiled. I'm Ochako Uraraka. I make stuff float. Maybe we can team up sometime. Before he could respond, he felt someone grab his arm and cling tightly to it. Did somebody say besties? Chirped a blonde boy with a shock of yellow hair and a lightning bolt in his fringe. Because I'm bestie number 1, thank you very much. Excuse you? Mina gasped, squeezing Izuku tighter from her place on his back. I was on his spine first. You don't get bestie status after one dramatic cling. Please, this arm and I are already emotionally bonded, Kaminari declared dramatically. Right, Midoriya? Izuku blinked between the two of them, Mina on his back, Kaminari on his arm, and just laughed. I guess I've been adopted. Mina huffed. That's right. By me first. Kirishima leaned over with a grin. You've got a whole entourage already, man. Respect. But while everyone was smiling, talking, crowding around him like he belonged, Izuku saw it. The glow. A third one. Across the room, by the window. Katsuki was already there. Slouched in his seat. Arms crossed. Scowl on his face. And just behind him, standing with one hand on his desk, was a boy with half-white, half-red hair. The second glow. Their eyes met across the classroom. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. The glow burst to life between them, radiant and unmistakable, even if no one else could see it. Soulmates. Fin. But the dual-haired boy simply looked at him. His face gave nothing away. And then, he looked away. Izuku's heart sank. Not just for what the look meant, but for the familiarity of it. The repetition. The rejection. And then he felt it Katsuki's eyes on him. But he didn't turn. He didn't react. He just lowered Mina from his back, gave her a smile, and walked to his seat with Kaminari still attached to his arm and his glow dimming beneath his skin. Not again. Not this time. He'd fight harder if he had to. But he wasn't going to chase anyone anymore. Katsuki sat in his chair, jaw clenched, arms folded tightly over his chest like he was holding himself together by sheer will. Then the door slid open. And he walked in. Izuku. And just like that, the classroom lit up. It was instant like moths to flame. People flocked to him, surrounding him with laughter and questions and smiles. That pink-haired girl clinging to his back like she belonged there. That electric blonde idiot glued to his arm like some needy puppy. Even Ida, the uptight class rep wannabe, stood up for him. Everyone wanted a piece of him. Katsuki's fingers curled tightly around his bicep. He didn't blink. Didn't move. Just watched. Izuku laughed, really laughed, and Katsuki felt something sharp twist in his chest. He looked bright. Happy. Without him. Katsuki dragged his eyes away for half a second and landed on the dual-haired that fucker. He was standing there calm, distant, perfectly still, but Katsuki saw it. The glow flickering between him and Izuku. Faint. Private. But it was there. Of course it was. The other soulmate. Katsuki grit his teeth and looked away just for a moment before snapping his gaze back to him. They'd be good for each other. That's what Katsuki told himself. Repeated in his head like a mantra. At least Izuku would be loved the way he deserved. At least that stoic F wouldn't shove him down or tell him to die or reject him in an alley. But if he hurt him, if he so much as looked at Izuku wrong, Katsuki was gonna break him. He'd burn that fake prince to ash. Hero course or not. Izuku was glowing right now. He looked alive, surrounded by people, smiling like he'd forgotten what it was like to cry on the floor of their childhood forest. And Katsuki? He sat alone. And he definitely wasn't jealous of that stupid pink girl still hanging off his back like a koala or the blonde idiot draped on his arm like they were already best friends. Definitely not. Fing nerd. The energy in the classroom was chaos. Loud chatter, laughter, introductions flying around like confetti. Mina was back on Izuku's back, Kaminari still attached to his arm, Ida was mid-monologue about proper school procedure, and Katsuki was silently plotting the murder of at least 2 people while glaring out the window. The door slammed open. A sleep-deprived man in a yellow sleeping bag slithered into the room like an urban cryptid. Everyone froze. The noise died instantly. And then, took you long enough to shut up. Shoyudaizawa, eyes bloodshot, hair messy, unzipped his capture weapon and stood up from his fetal position on the floor like he hadn't just been horizontal 0.3 seconds ago. I'm your homeroom teacher, he muttered. Aizawa. Eraserhead. Remember it. Silence. He stared at them all tired, annoyed, already done with everything. It took you idiots 8 seconds to get on my nerves. That's a new record. Mina slowly slid off of Izuku's back and stood behind him like a guilty child. Kaminari whispered, he's kind of scary. Izuku just blinked, wide-eyed, heart still thudding. Aizawa held up a uniform. Get dressed. We're doing a quirk assessment. Someone raised their hand. Don't we have orientation first? Aizawa's dead eyes locked onto the poor soul. We don't have time for orientation. If you want to be heroes, prove it. He paused. Or go home. Then he turned and walked out. Mina leaned in and whispered, okay, but I kinda love him. Izuku couldn't help but grin, adrenaline rushing again. Welcome to UA. The entire class stood outside in the training field, a cool breeze brushing over their new gym uniforms. Excitement buzzed through most of the students. After all, this was supposed to be the beginning of something great. Until Aizawa spoke. This is the quirk apprehension test. Some students blinked in confusion. Others muttered to each other. But what about orientation? Someone asked hesitantly. Aizawa gave them a dead stare. If you want to be coddled, leave. You're here to become heroes, not cruise through a summer camp. He let the words hang in the air before continuing. You'll be doing 8 standard physical tests: sprint, grip strength, standing long jump, side steps, all that, but you'll use your quirks this time. We're not measuring basic ability. We're measuring combat potential. Then he pulled a ball from his capture weapon and tossed it at Izuku. You got first place in the entrance exam, Midoriya, he said. You start. Izuku blinked, catching the ball automatically. Sir? Throw it as far as you can using your quirk. Murmurs shot up around the group. No way. That's so cool. Man, I want to go first. Aizawa sighed. You're not here to make friends. You're here to surpass your limits. And if you can't, his gaze sharpened, I'll expel the whole class. That shut everyone up real fast. Izuku swallowed hard. The pressure was on, but he nodded. He was ready. He walked into the circle, stretched his arms once, and closed his eyes. His fingers curled around the ball, and the air around him started to shift, warping gently as his quirk activated. He stepped forward, planting his feet. And with a twist of his hips, a lunge of his arm, and the full force of his telekinesis, he launched the ball. The wind howled behind it, a sonic gust spiraling outward as the ball disappeared into the sky like a rocket. Everyone stared in stunned silence. A moment passed. Then Aizawa's phone beeped. He held it up. 3,465 meters. Guess. Whispers. One girl screamed. Holy crap. He could have hit another district. Is this guy even human? Izuku exhaled slowly, turning back to the class, rubbing his arm. He met no one's eyes, just kept his head up, face calm. Aizawa lowered his phone and gave the smallest nod. Good. And just like that, the test began. And no one underestimated Izuku Midoriya ever again. After the ball throw, the tone changed. There was no more teasing. No playful trash talk. Everyone had seen what Izuku could do, and now they were watching him. The tests went one after another. Sprint, grip strength, long jump, repeated side steps. And every time Izuku stepped up, he was focused. And every time he finished a test, he felt it. Eyes on him. Todoroki. Izuku noticed it during the grip strength test. He was holding the bar, telekinesis coiling up his forearms as he crushed the device beyond the normal scale. As he stepped back and the class buzzed in shock, he met Todoroki's eyes. The dual-haired boy was silent, arms crossed, but his eyes weren't cold. They were assessing. Curious. And behind that curiosity, the glow. Faint, steady. It pulsed softly between them, unseen by the others but unmistakable to them. It burned in Izuku's chest like a phantom ache, familiar and bittersweet. Todoroki didn't look away this time. Not immediately. They held each other's gaze for just a second too long. And then, slowly, Todoroki looked down and walked off. Izuku's heart sank again just slightly. Then came the side steps. Katsuki was already at the opposite end of the mats, cracking his knuckles, eyes blazing. He hadn't said a word to Izuku all day, but his body screamed tension. Every step he took was like a warning. And as Izuku approached, their eyes met. The soul glow flickered violently. Their gazes locked, a battlefield with no fists needed. Don't screw this up, De. You're not the only one who's changed, Kaken. Izuku didn't flinch. And Katsuki hated that. Todoroki saw it too. From across the field, his eyes shifted from one boy to the other, then back to Izuku. And they're a different kind of look. Not curious. Possessive. Guarded. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't have time to process the emotional mess of soulmates, rivals, and years of unspoken feelings. Not when he was pushing himself through each test, determined to rank as high as possible. He passed the standing long jump easily, his quirk propelling him so far he nearly overshot the landing mat. The timer test had him darting across the field with objects hovering around him like a protective orbit. Even the endurance test he soared. And through it all? Those glances. Those glares. Todoroki watching him like a puzzle he hadn't solved yet. Katsuki glaring like every success was a slap to the face. Izuku, somewhere in between. Exhausted by it all, yet burning from within. When the final test ended and Aizawa announced the rankings were being processed, Izuku stood near the back of the group, sipping water and catching his breath. He didn't talk. He didn't need to. Because both of his soulmates were looking at him. And whether it ended in love, war, or something in between, Izuku Midoriya wasn't running anymore. The final bell rang, echoing through the halls of UA like a sigh of relief. Class was over. Students packed up with tired chatter, zipping bags and stretching sore limbs from Aizawa's brutal tests. Izuku moved in a smooth rhythm, quiet, precise, efficient. He tucked away his notebooks, looped his bag over his shoulder, and stood up. That's when he saw it. A folded piece of paper sitting neatly on his desk. No name. No decoration. Just plain. Intentional. He frowned, fingers hesitating for a second before he opened it. Meet me behind the old restrooms near the training field. The abandoned ones. Todoroki. Izuku stared at it. Read it again. And again. His heart squeezed in his chest. That ache, that glow flickered, like it wanted him to move. To chase. To hope. But he didn't. His jaw clenched, eyes narrowing as he slowly crushed the note in his fist. Then he walked calmly to the trash can and dropped it in without a second thought. Ready to go? Mina called, hopping over to him with her usual bubbly grin, Denki slinging his bag over his shoulder and Kirishima trailing behind with a big smile. Yeah, Izuku said, turning to them. Let's get out of here. He didn't glance back. Didn't look toward Todoroki's desk. Didn't search for Katsuki in his peripheral vision. Because he knew. They'd both be waiting. Waiting behind some abandoned, forgotten corner like they could corner him into something he didn't owe them. Not anymore. Katsuki, who had rejected him twice and never apologized. Todoroki, who looked away the first time the glow appeared. Izuku walked out the doors of Class 1A with his head high, laughing softly as Denki made a dumb joke and Mina smacked his arm while Kirishima snorted. And behind the school, behind the cracked tiles and overgrown weeds of a long-abandoned restroom, two boys stood in silence. Both waiting, both hoping, and neither realizing yet that Izuku Midoriya doesn't chase anymore. The wind rustled through the trees beside the abandoned restrooms, leaves brushing against cracked tiles and faded walls. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind that makes you realize something isn't going to go the way you planned. Todoroki was the first to arrive. It stood there, arms crossed, leaning against the wall in the back where shadows stretched long in the afternoon sun. The paper note had felt ridiculous to write, but it had also felt necessary. Like maybe words could do what glances never could. Katsuki showed up next. Not a word. Just a click of his tongue, a scowl on his face, and his usual volcanic presence radiating irritation. Did you tell him to come here too? Katsuki grunted, voice low but sharp. Todoroki didn't answer right away. He just looked forward, toward the narrow corridor between the restroom building and the trees, as if willing someone to walk down it. Yeah, he finally said. Katsuki huffed a bitter, humorless laugh. The idiots. Todoroki ignored him. They stood in silence. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Neither moved. It wasn't until Katsuki leaned forward to shift his weight a flash of green caught the corner of his eye. Izuku. Laughing. His smile was soft, real easy. His curls bounced as he walked. Mina still perched comfortably beside him, Kirishima grinning like a golden retriever, and Denki animatedly gesturing with both hands like he was telling the most important story in the world. They were walking down the school steps, headed off campus without a glance behind them. Katsuki scoffed and leaned back against the wall, arms crossing over his chest like a shield. Didn't think he'd come anyway, he muttered, voice hiding something too heavy to name. But Todoroki moved. Eyes locked on Izuku's retreating figure. His heart thudded once hard and he took off, running before Katsuki could say another word. Katsuki didn't follow. He didn't need to. Because watching Todoroki run after Izuku stung worse than anything he'd admit. He shoved his hands into his pockets and tilted his head back, staring at the sky like it had answers it would never give him. "Thing loser," he muttered. But no one was there to hear it. Todoroki caught up to him just outside the school gates. "Izuku," he called, a little breathless, but his voice was steady. "Can we talk?" Izuku stopped, the wind gently brushing his hair back, green curls catching the late light. His lips pursed, teeth biting into the soft flesh. He didn't want to. God, he didn't want to. But he nodded. Turning to his friends Mina, Kirishima, and Denki, he offered a small smile. I'll catch up. Save me some of the snacks. Mina looked worried. You sure? Yeah. His voice was calm. Controlled. Just a quick talk. Todoroki didn't say anything else. He just reached out and gently, almost hesitantly, took Izuku's wrist and tugged him back toward the far wing of the school. The walk was silent. The air between them was thick, tense. And when Izuku turned the corner and saw Katsuki, leaning against the wall where he'd been just a little while ago, the atmosphere snapped like a live wire. Izuku jerked his arm from Todoroki's grip. What is this? Todoroki turned to face him fully, standing straight. I don't want soulmates. The world stopped. The pain, it was immediate, like fire through the chest. A pressure that crushed from the inside. It hit Izuku hard but didn't break him. Didn't shake him. Not this time. But Katsuki, he staggered forward, knees buckling. His stomach lurched. He vomited into the grass behind him, hands bracing on his knees, choking on the same agony he had inflicted on Izuku twice. For the first time, he understood. And it broke him. But Izuku? He stood still. Not a flinch. His voice was cold when he finally asked, why? Todoroki's eyes were calm. Distant. He didn't waver. Because I see soulmates as a weakness. I can't get to the top with attachments. They'll only drag me down. Izuku's jaw tightened. His hands clenched at his sides. I was told they would only bring pain, Todoroki said. That they'd make me soft. And his eyes flicked toward the other boy, then back to Izuku. Pain is all I know how to give. Let me guess, Izuku said quietly. Endeavor. Todoroki's silence was enough. Izuku's head tilted slightly, a bitter smile curling at his lips. It wasn't kind. You want us to keep this quiet, he said. Don't worry. I don't want to be tied to either of you. Katsuki's head snapped up, bloodshot eyes wide. Izuku turned fully toward Todoroki now, gaze sharp enough to cut steel. You're not going to be number one, Todoroki. You never will be. Not with that mindset. Not if you think cutting people off makes you stronger. The glow around Todoroki flickered dimly, painfully, but Izuku didn't care. You'll be just like Endeavor. Always reaching. Always number two. Never better. Then he turned to Katsuki. Slowly. Deliberately. And you? His tone was venomous. With that disgusting attitude? With the way you treat people like trash unless they worship the ground you walk on? Katsuki didn't even speak. He couldn't. No better than rank 15, Izuku spat. He stepped back, heart pounding, head held high despite the agony in his chest. I hope you both enjoy the view from the shadows, Izuku said. Because you're going to be living in mine. Then he turned and walked away. Didn't run. Didn't stumble. Just walked back straight, chin up, like every step wasn't tearing him apart from the inside. But he never looked back. Not once. The moment Izuku vanished beyond the trees, the world cracked. It hit like a wave of fire and ice, a shattering pain neither of them were prepared for. Todoroki's knees buckled. He fell hard, one hand bracing against the dirt, the other clawing at his chest like he could dig the pain out and be free of it. His breath hitched, jaw clenched, but the tremor in his body gave him away. Katsuki? He couldn't breathe. His lungs locked up like someone had crushed them in his ribcage. His ears rang, the world muffled and distant. He couldn't even hear Todoroki's choked voice beside him, he only saw his mouth moving. Reject me, Todoroki was saying, voice hoarse and cracking. Bakugo just fing do it. And it. Kill the bond. But Katsuki stumbled backward like he'd been slapped. His fists clenched, trembling, his throat aching from the tightness of unshed screams. No, Katsuki gasped, his voice shredded. I can't. Because if he rejected Todoroki, that would mean the glow would die. The glow that connected them all. The only piece of Izuku Katsuki still had left. And he couldn't lose that. He couldn't lose the warmth, even dimmed. Couldn't lose the invisible tether that still tied him to Izuku. Couldn't lose the only proof that, once, they had belonged to each other. FNG cowered, Todoroki spat through the pain. You're going to drag it out. For what? You think he's ever going to come back after this? Katsuki didn't answer. He just sank to the ground beside him, eyes unfocused, heart tearing itself apart. Todoroki clutched his side, gritting his teeth. You're pathetic. But Katsuki only stared at the spot where Izuku had disappeared. Because yeah, he was pathetic. He was the monster that broke the one person he loved. And now, even in his pain, he couldn't let go. He'd rather burn in it forever than lose what little he had left of Izuku. Izuku caught up to them at the corner near the train station. Mina's pink hair bouncing as she laughed at something Kaminari said. Kirishima slouched with their bags, already halfway in another story. The ache in his chest was new. Not Katsuki's brand of sharp. Not the dull pulse of betrayal. No, this one was clean and cold, like a blade pressed deep between his ribs. But Izuku smiled anyway. Hey. Sorry, he just wanted to talk, Izuku said, sliding back into the group like nothing had happened. Mina instantly hopped to his side. What did the Icy Prince want? Kirishima raised a brow. Everything okay? You were gone for a bit. Izuku chuckled and scratched the back of his neck, giving them that trademark grin, wide, sweet, unbothered. He wanted to declare war, Izuku said smoothly. Mina blinked. What, like villain style? No, like rival style, Izuku explained, weaving through the lie like it was second nature. Apparently, I'm the strongest one in class, and Todoroki's got a problem with that. He said he's going to crush me. Kaminari snorted. Dude. That's so anime. You're living the dream. Crushing your rivals and getting fan mail by week 2, Kirishima said, nudging his shoulder. Midoriya's already climbing the top hero ladder. Izuku laughed with them loud and bright, but his heart was caving in under the weight of his own words. Because it was easier this way. Easier to give them something to chew on than let them see the wound Todoroki left behind, the one that matched Katsuki's in all the worst ways. Dumb, Mina declared. He's just jealous because you're stronger and cuter. Facts, Kaminari agreed, throwing an arm over Izuku's shoulders. Izuku let them lead him forward. One foot in front of the other. One lie stacked on another. Because in this moment, surrounded by friends and sunlight, he could almost believe it. Almost. The next morning, Class 1A felt different. The room buzzed with morning chatter, shoes squeaking on the clean tile, chairs scraping against the floor, but the second Izuku walked in, the air shifted. He was radiant. Unbothered. Or at least, that's what it looked like. His curls were perfectly defined, springy and soft. His skin was clear, glowing like he slept 10 peaceful hours and drank enough water for 3 people. His uniform was pressed, his notes organized, his smile dazzling. He looked like sunlight bottled into human form. Morning, he called cheerfully, waving to Kaminari and Mina as he slid into his seat. He laughed at one of Kaminari's jokes. Bumped fists with Kirishima. Gave Ida a polite nod. Even complimented Uraraka's new hairstyle. He was charming. Untouchable. But inside? He was bleeding. Because the pain hadn't left. It was quieter, tucked beneath his ribs, but still there. That ache from Todoroki's rejection. The heat Katsuki still had power to stir. The double bond burning and broken wrapped around his soul like barbed wire. But he didn't let it show. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Meanwhile, across the room, Todoroki looked like a ghost of himself. His usually pristine uniform shirt was wrinkled, his hair slightly disheveled like he hadn't combed it right. There were dark bags under his eyes. He didn't say a word to anyone. His shoulders were tense, posture tight. He hadn't slept. Not after the rejection his own, and the one Izuku gave him in return. And Katsuki? Puffy eyes. Swollen lids. Red-rimmed and glassy. He walked in later than usual and slammed his bag down like it owed him money. His hair looked even more feral than normal. His expression was thunderous. Shiro glanced over with concern. Yo, you good? Katsuki snapped. I'm fine. It's allergies, dumbass. You got a problem with that. Everyone backed off. The room quieted just a little. Katsuki sat down, fists clenched, eyes glued to his desk like he could force himself not to look at the boy glowing in the corner like he hadn't shattered every part of him. But of course, he still looked. They both did. Todoroki's eyes flicked to Izuku's seat. So did Katsuki's. And Izuku? He didn't spare them a single glance. Aizawa walked in with all the grace and exhaustion of a man who regretted every life decision that led him to teaching teenagers. He didn't even make it to the center of the classroom. "Choose a class president and a vice president," he muttered, dragging his sleeping bag behind him like a corpse. "Leadership exercise. Democracy. Social development. Or whatever." And with that, he collapsed into his burrito cocoon beside the podium, completely unconscious. A long beat passed. Then of course, "Oh my God, we're voting!" Mina gasped, practically vibrating with excitement. No, we're not," Izuku muttered under his breath as he stood up and calmly walked to Aizawa's desk. He stared at the pencil holder. Then, without hesitation, flipped it upside down, dumping all its contents onto the desk with a loud clatter. Pens, broken mechanical pencils, highlighters, a random eraser, and a literal spoon scattered everywhere. "What the hell, Deku?" Katsuki barked. Izuku ignored him. "Izuku," Ida began, adjusting his glasses. "That is not the proper protocol." "Don't care," Izuku said cheerfully, grabbing the now empty pencil cup. "We're doing this fast and clean. No speeches. No drama. Vote for someone not yourself and let's get it over with." "Class Pres Deku, taking charge already," Mina sing-songed from her seat with a wink. "I'm not class pres," Izuku shot back, already halfway across the room. "And I swear to all might if you vote for me." "I absolutely will," she grinned. "I'm voting for myself," Denki chimed in. "But if you were pres I'd vote you in twice." "Oh, thank you so much, Denki," Izuku said flatly, holding the cup out in front of Kaminari's face. "But also no one cares." "I care," Mina chimed again. "You also want to wear sparkly pink blazers as a uniform requirement," Izuku grumbled, making his way to Siro's desk. "And? You're telling me you wouldn't slay in a pastel blazer?" "I don't even know what slay means." In that context, Izuku muttered, eyes twitching. "But I know I don't want to be president." "I do," said Aoyama, striking a pose with a sparkle. "President of glamour." "Oh my God," Izuku groaned. He walked past Katsuki's desk without looking once at him, only holding the cup forward like a kid selling chocolate. Katsuki glared, but dropped his vote in without saying anything. Todoroki? Cold eyes. Blank face. No acknowledgement. Izuku didn't even pause. Instead, "Mina, shut up," Izuku snapped as she continued giggling with Kaminari about what colors the student council sashes should be. "No. You shut up. I'm trying to save this class from utter destruction." "That's what a president would say," Denki whispered dramatically, clutching his chest like it was fate. "I hate you both." "We love you, class pres." Izuku stopped, inhaled sharply, and smiled way too brightly. "Finishing this. Right now." A few more desks. A few more sarcastic remarks from Kaminari. Another declaration from Aoyama about his shining future. Finally, Izuku returned to his desk, now with a lopsided grin and a throbbing vein in his temple. He dumped the votes onto his desk and began tallying. The second he saw the results, his head hit the desk with a loud thud. "Oh no," he mumbled into the wood. "What?" Mina asked. Izuku lifted his head, smirked like a villain, and crumpled the paper. "Congratulations to Momo Yaoyorozu as class president and Tenya Ida as vice president," he said smoothly, tossing the paper into the trash with a perfect arc. "But wait, what did the vote say?" Uraraka asked. "Nope," Izuku replied, already stretching. "Those two are the only people here who won't turn this into a glitter dictatorship or a modeling agency." A small thumbs up popped up from behind Aizawa's desk, his hand barely peeking out of the sleeping bag, aimed directly at Izuku. No one saw it. Except Izuku. And Izuku smiled to himself. "I'm not doing this again," he said, walking back to his desk. "So next time it's your problem, President Momo." Mina narrowed her eyes. "Wait, who actually won?" Izuku sipped his juice box. Nobody important. Of course they did. The moment Izuku announced Momo and Ida as class president and vice president, it was like a switch flipped in both of them. Ida immediately stood up, pushed up his glasses so hard they flashed with the light of duty, and cleared his throat like he was delivering a national address. "My esteemed peers," he began, hands chopping the air with each syllable, "I promise to uphold the integrity, structure, and excellence of Class 1A with unwavering dedication." "Nu," Kaminari face planted into his desk. "He's doing a speech." "We're in hell," Shiro muttered, sliding down in his seat. Meanwhile, Momo rose gracefully, posture perfect, hands folded in front of her like she'd been rehearsing this since birth. "I am honored by the trust you have all placed in me," she began, voice calm and full of noble intent. "As your class representative, I will ensure transparency, equality, and a positive academic environment. No one voted for you." Mina stage whispered with a grin. Momo blinked, but powered through like a queen unbothered by the chaos of the peasantry. Aizawa, still dead asleep, rolled over in his sleeping bag. Jairu was sitting 2 rows away, chin resting in her hand, staring at Momo like she was watching a goddess descend from the clouds. Her usual scowl had softened. Her cheeks were the faintest shade of pink. And the way she was watching Momo? Yet Jairu heard every word. "And so," Momo finished, "I hope you will all come to me with your concerns or suggestions, no matter how small." "I have a suggestion," Kaminari mumbled. "No one cares," Izuku replied instantly. "Speak for yourself," Jairu whispered. Mina leaned across the aisle and stage whispered to Izuku, "She's so in love with her." Izuku didn't even look up. "I know." Jairu still hadn't blinked. Momo sat back down, graceful as ever. Jairu definitely let her chair scoot closer. And Ida? Ida was still going. "And furthermore, I believe a daily rotation system for classroom duties will instill DSPLN and mutual respect among classmates." Everyone groaned in unison. Except for Momo. And Jairu. And, for some reason, Tokoyami, who nodded solemnly as if Ida was preaching gospel. Mina threw a crumpled sticky note at Ida's forehead. It bounced off. He didn't stop. "Help," Kaminari mouthed. "I'm already dead," Shiro whispered. Izuku just leaned back in his chair, sipping his juice box again, watching the chaos unfold. It was perfect. And exactly why Momo and Ida were definitely going to keep the title. Ida was still mid-rant hand chopping, glasses flashing, voice a steady train of idealistic determination when Shiro finally stood up with the deepest sigh known to man. "Nope," he muttered, walking across the classroom as Ida continued to passionately outline the benefits of a student-led recycling initiative. "Ida," Shiro said calmly. Ida didn't pause. "Ida." Still going. So Shiro just grabbed him gently but firmly by the wrist and guided him like he was taming a rabid motivational speaker back to his seat. The class collectively paused to watch. Then, without another word, Shiro sat down and pulled Ida's face into his stomach. Ida's voice muffled instantly against Shiro's hoodie. "Shoo," Shiro whispered, patting the top of his head gently. "Let it go, babe. Let it go." "Farar." Ida protested, trying to flail through it, but Shiro just shushed him again like a parent calming a fussy toddler. The room was stunned into silence. "Are we just letting this happen?" Kaminari whispered. Jairu blinked. "I am so confused." Mina gasped and squealed under her breath, already reaching for her phone to take a video, mouthing, "I knew it." Izuku didn't even glance over. "Don't film them, Mina," he said without looking up. "They're figuring it out." Wait, Denki whispered loudly. "You're saying they're soulmates?" Izuku finally looked over and gave a tiny, knowing smile. "Yeah." "How do you know?" "They blink weird at each other." "What does that even mean?" Kaminari whisper shouted, absolutely losing it. Meanwhile, Shiro kept Ida in place, petting his hair like he hadn't just silenced the most powerful voice in Class 1A with his abs and a little patience. "We talked about this," Shiro murmured under his breath just for Ida. "Slow, remember? Not everything needs a speech." Ida went still. His arms relaxed. Muffled, right? Apologies. I got you. Another soft pat on his head. Maybe no more speeches today though. Mina was now silently vibrating in her seat with excitement. Jiru looked half curious, half suspicious. Kaminari was devastated he didn't figure it out first. Momo, oblivious, was still reading over her speech draft in case she needed to do another round. And Aizawa? Still in his sleeping bag. But if anyone looked closely, they might have noticed the smallest smirk hidden behind the edge of his scarf. The walk to lunch was absolute chaos, as expected when Izuku, Denki, and Mina were involved. Shiro had barely made it out the classroom door before Mina pounced on him like a gossip-hungry hawk. "Saru," she sing-songed, draping herself over his arm. "You and Ida, Uptight meets, I don't even care," Denki added with a wild grin, zipping around to walk backwards in front of them. "Seriously, what the hell is that dynamic?" Izuku, hands in his pockets and that familiar glint of mischief in his eyes, chuckled softly. "Balance, I guess. Yin and yang. Spreadsheet and duct tape." Shiro sighed dramatically, rubbing the back of his neck. "You guys literally have no chill." Mina gasped. "You admit it?" "Not in so many words," he grinned, holding up his hands in surrender. "Just saying you're not wrong." The teasing exploded again. Mina looped her arm through Ejiro's, wiggling her eyebrows. "Look at us soulmate experts. We totally called it." "I didn't call anything," Ejiro said with a shrug, before leaning over to plant a quick kiss on Mina's cheek. "But we're definitely the superior couple." The other three exploded into theatrical gagging. "Gross," Denki ummed, pretending to die dramatically, arms flailing in the hallway. "Please, I just ate air and now I'm gonna vomit it all up," Izuku joked, elbowing Denki with a smirk. "No PD allowed," Shiro called, covering his eyes. "This is a sacred hallway." Mina stuck out her tongue and cuddled closer to Ejiro. "Jealousy isn't cute on you." Shiro rolled his eyes. "You've known each other for one day." Ejiro raised a brow. "Elementary school, actually." Izuku blinked. "Wait, seriously?" Izuku knew they knew each other before, but didn't think they had that long knowing each other. Mina grinned, proud as hell. "Yep. We've been besties since 4th grade. Started dating the same day we found out we were soulmates. I told him we were soulmates after he just stared at me for like 10 minuets straight. Right in the cafeteria. Yes, I said yes, boom, true love unlocked. We also kissed behind the gym." "Of course it was in the cafeteria," Denki laughed. "Romantic and tragic." "Romantic and efficient," Ejiro corrected. "I'm gonna vomit again," Shiro said, dramatically leaning against the wall like he was dying of love poison. "Then tell us how you and Ida became the class power couple," Mina said, jabbing his side. Shiro groaned. "We're not a couple, we're figuring things out." Izuku smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Smart. Take it slow." Denki clapped Shiro on the back. "He's just salty because he doesn't know his soulmate yet," he said, jerking a thumb at Izuku. "Same boat as me." "Maybe you're my soulmate," Izuku teased, batting his eyelashes at Denki. Denki gasped. "Wait, are we about to kiss?" Mina immediately shoved herself between them. "Nope. I called dibs on day one." The group cracked up, their laughter echoing down the hallway, too loud, too chaotic and somehow exactly right. But even as they reached the cafeteria, tray lines forming, and seats being claimed, Izuku's fingers ghosted across his chest for just a moment right where the soul glow lived. And it flickered faintly. Not out. Not yet. The group finally dropped their trays down at a table near the window, the sunlight gleaming through just enough to make Izuku's curls shimmer. Mina immediately claimed the seat next to Izuku and tugged Denki into the one beside her. Ejiro flopped down with a sigh of relief and stretched his legs under the table like he owned the place. Shiro took the seat across from Izuku, sipping on his juice like it was a well-earned cocktail after surviving Mina's interrogation. "So," Mina said, already reaching over to snatch a nugget off Denki's tray, he didn't even flinch anymore, it was routine. "Spill. How'd you know Ida was your soulmate?" Denki leaned in dramatically. "Did it go boom or glow? Or like a flashbang kinda thing?" Was he glowing like a celestial being? Izuku chimed in with a grin, leaning forward, only to be betrayed as Mina swiped one of his fries. Zero rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. He was glowing brighter than a motherfucker, he said bluntly, grabbing a fry off Ejiro's tray in retaliation. Like I walked into class and boom dude looked like he was dipped in sunlight and justice. Denki snorted out his drink. Izuku laughed. Dipped in justice? Mina was already wheezing. He would be. Zero grinned. It was instant. Like my eyes started watering. I thought maybe I had an allergic reaction or something, but no. Just soulmates. So you kissed? Ejiro asked, stealing one of Mina's dumplings without breaking eye contact. Zero shook his head. We talked after school. Sat on the curb. Just kinda. Felt it out. Mina pouted. That's boring. Zero shrugged, tossing a tater tot into his mouth. If it were up to me, I would have kissed him right there. But Ida's a little more traditional. Conservative. Izuku nodded. Makes sense. And I respect that, Zero added, tone softening just a bit. We agreed to be friends for now. Get to know each other without the pressure. The bond's not going anywhere. Denki hummed. Yeah, but like, still kinda hot. Mina groaned. Everything's hot to you. Everything fun is hot, Denki defended, shoveling rice into his mouth. Izuku looked down at his tray, nudging a piece of carriage chicken toward Mina without a word. She noticed, smiled at him, and scooted it right onto her own tray without hesitation. You're taking it slow, Izuku said to Zero, his voice quieter now. That's smart. Not a lot of people would. Zero shrugged again, but there was something warm in his eyes. I don't want to ruin it. It's worth being careful for. For a moment, the group actually went silent. Ejiro suddenly squinted at Mina. Wait, you just told me we were soulmates and kissed me behind the gym. Mina grinned wickedly. And it worked, didn't it? Ejiro blushed. Denki threw a rice ball at him. And Izuku? Izuku laughed. Really laughed. For a moment, nothing else mattered but the teasing, the stolen food, the chaos of lunch with new friends. The glow still ached in his chest, but it didn't burn. Not here. Not right now. Izuku burst through the classroom door, the sound of his footsteps echoing like thunder as he skidded to a stop, panting and grinning like a man on the run. He glanced over his shoulder, expecting to see Denki hot on his heels or face first in a trash can. It could go either way with that guy. But what he didn't expect was this. His eyes caught on Momo and Jairu at the far end of the room, completely unaware of his presence, locked in a full-blown, soul-melting, hot DM and makeout session. Momo's fingers were tangled in Jairu's hair, Jairu's hand resting low on Momo's waist. It was NTMT. It was soft. It was a moment not meant for witnesses. Izuku froze. Eyes wide. Then his hand flew to his mouth as he snorted. He stumbled backward, trying not to laugh, silently mouthing, I saw nothing, I saw nothing. His hand reached for the door handle, inching it shut behind him like a cartoon burglar fleeing the scene. Bam! Denki ran directly into Izuku's back with the grace of a thrown brick, rebounding with a loud, ow sheet, and a fresh lump forming on his forehead. Izuku turned around, still choking back laughter, and patted Denki's head. Yep. Definitely face-planted somewhere. Denki groaned dramatically, You're not even gonna ask if I'm okay? Nope, Izuku said through his giggles. Mina, Ejiro, and Zero rounded the corner a second later, laughing and breathless, clearly catching up from whatever sprint they'd all decided to join in on. What's going on? Mina grinned, leaning over to peek into the now-closed classroom. You look like you saw something spicy. I saw nothing, Izuku declared with dramatic flair, crossing his arms over his chest. Classroom's off-limits. Bullshit, Mina replied with zero hesitation and Hulk smashed her way past Izuku with one terrifyingly strong push. The door flew open. And there sat Momo and Jairu. Studying. Not a single hair out of place. Not a smudged lip or tangled shirt. Just two girls sitting politely at their desks, textbooks open, looking very academically inclined and definitely not like they were swapping spit 2 minutes ago. Izuku lost it. He leaned against the doorway and laughed, full-on wheezing, while Momo turned bright red and Jur shot him a deadly glare that screamed, "Don't you dare." The others walked in behind Mina, blinking in confusion. Zero blinked. Okay? Nothing weird in here." Denki nodded. "They're literally just studying, dude." Mina narrowed her eyes, suspicious as hell but unable to prove anything. "Something happened. I felt it." Ejiro tilted his head. "Maybe you're just hungry." Izuku, recovering from his laughing fit, raised his hands in surrender. Hey, whatever you're imagining, I didn't say anything. What happens behind classroom doors, stays behind classroom doors." Momo covered her face with one hand. Jiraiya groaned, muttering, "You guys are the worst." But despite the chaos, a small, secret smile tugged at the corners of both their lips. And Izuku? He just winked at them as he took his seat, not saying another word. Because that moment wasn't his to share. It was theirs. Katsuki sat at his desk, elbow propped up, chin in hand, but his eyes were anything but bored. They flicked sideways, just slightly, just enough. To him. Izuku was laughing quietly with Kaminari about something on his phone. Mina leaned over his shoulder making wild gestures while Kirishima chimed in with a grin. Izuku looked alive. That glow, the soul glow, still shimmered faintly around him. Dull and quiet, like a nearly burned-out ember clinging to its last breath of heat. Barely there. But still there. Still FING there. Katsuki clenched his jaw. He could see it, the tether, the line of light that tied them all together like some cruel joke. The one that should have severed when Todoroki had coldly, brutally thrown his rejection in their faces. Katsuki should have followed suit. He could have done it. Should have. But he didn't. Because every time he tried, every time he even thought about saying the words, a lump formed in his throat like a goddamn boulder. His mouth dried up. His chest locked tight. He couldn't do it. And Todoroki knew it. That icy bastard had been hounding him ever since the confrontation behind the school. Whispering in sharp words every time they were alone, every time Izuku was out of earshot. "Just reject me already," Todoroki had said. "Get it over with. Do you enjoy dragging this out? Don't be a coward." But Katsuki was a coward. A coward who couldn't let go of a soul he'd shattered over and over again. A coward who stared at the faint glow around the boy he'd once called Deku, like it was the last star in the sky. A coward who knew the second he cut the bond, Izuku would be gone forever. Not physically but emotionally, spiritually. Everything would snap. That warmth would be lost. And Katsuki wasn't ready to face a world where Izuku didn't feel anything for him at all. So he stayed silent. He stared at that flickering glow, at the only bond that remained, the one Izuku hadn't fully let go of, the one that Katsuki was too FING weak to kill. Todoroki shot him a glare from across the room. Katsuki didn't even look at him. He kept watching Izuku. And the glow. And hated himself more with every passing second. All Might exploded through the classroom dorm doors like a DMN theatrical supernova, wind blasting papers off desks and the door nearly unhinging from its frame. "I am here," he bellowed, throwing out a bright grin and a dramatic pose, his cape fluttering from the sheer force of his own entrance. "Ahaha!" Izuku screamed. Like a child. Like an unashamed, full-volume, knees-buckling scream. "Oh my God," Mina screeched right along with him, grabbing Izuku's arm and bouncing with the same chaotic excitement. They both immediately cleared their throats as the entire class burst out laughing. "Totally normal reaction," Izuku said, voice way too high-pitched. "Totally chill," Mina added, wiping invisible sweat from her brow as if that would erase the shriek they both just let out. "Fangirls," Kaminari cackled. "Was it the scream or the full-body seizure that gave it away?" Kirishima teased. "Leave them alone," Jiraiya deadpanned, "they're valid." But honestly, neither Mina nor Izuku even cared. They still beamed up at All Might like he had just descended from heaven on a personal mission to bless their teenage existence. All Might chuckled warmly, giving them both a small thumbs up before straightening to full height. "I am proud to announce," he began, hands on his hips, his voice booming with pure charisma, that I will be overseeing your hero foundation and development classes. I'll be guiding you in learning how to embody your strengths, refine your abilities, and most importantly how to stand tall as protectors of society. Several people straightened up. A few gasps. A whisper of awe. But before we dive into battle exercises, All Might said with a wink, we have something very special to begin with. He stepped aside and with perfect, sparkly drama tapped a red button on the wall. A large screen dropped down, images flashing across it as he spoke the words everyone had been dying to hear. Your hero costumes are ready. Excitement surged like lightning across the class. Costumes? Already? Kaminari shouted, standing so fast he knocked over his chair. Wait, I thought we were doing that later in the semester, Zero added, but his voice cracked with giddy disbelief. You'll each find a locker labeled with your hero code and number, All Might continued, and inside your chosen costume, designed based on the specifications you submitted during application. Mina was vibrating beside Izuku. Literally. It's like Christmas. I'm going to cry. I designed mine on my birthday, Izuku whispered, eyes glimmering. And we're gonna slay, she whispered back. Katsuki said nothing. But his eyes, they burned holes into Izuku's back. And Todoroki? His jaw clenched so tight it cracked. Now! All Might called out, striking another pose. Get changed. You've got 10 minutes and then we'll meet in Battle Zone Gamma. The class erupted, scattering like children told to go play dress-up in the best fantasy of their lives. And Izuku? Izuku was finally going to wear the symbol of the hero he'd always dreamed of becoming. Even if his heart still hurt. Even if he still felt broken. Today? He was going to shine. The boys' locker room was chaos. Denki, Hanta, and Ijiro were already half in their hero gear and absolutely cackling as Izuku unzipped his uniform jacket and peeled it off. Bro, you squealed. Like straight-up middle school girl at a boy band concert squealed. Denki howled, slapping his thigh as he wiggled into his yellow jumpsuit. I'm pretty sure I felt the glass crack, Zero added, pulling his hero tape gear tight around his forearms, like, physically. I think we need to evacuate UA. That was catastrophic. Ejiro was laughing so hard he dropped one of his gauntlets. We've seen villains less shook than you, man. Izuku, halfway into his fitted green jumpsuit, glared at them from over his shoulder. It was All Might. Yeah, Denki teased, voice high-pitched mimicking him. Oh my god, it's All Might. I didn't sound like that, Izuku deadpanned. Bro, Hanta said, voice dead serious now. You did. Ejiro nodded solemnly. We all screamed internally. You just did it externally. Izuku rolled his eyes and zipped up the front of his suit, the snug fabric pulling across his broadening shoulders. It was a valid reaction. He's literally my childhood hero. Still, Denki snorted, I didn't know fanboys could shriek like that. It was majestic. Izuku turned toward them fully, his hero costume hugging his now taller, broader frame. At 5 feet 9 inches, he stood toe-to-toe with Zero, now no longer the tiny quirkless kid they used to imagine him as. His biceps flexed slightly as he adjusted one of his gloves, looking entirely unbothered by their antics. He looked strong. You know what? Izuku said casually, stretching his neck. At least I didn't cry the first time I saw Mount Lady up close. Denki gasped, dramatically clutching his chest. That was one time. Zero fell over onto the bench from laughing so hard. You saw her bub and you froze. I did not freeze. You screamed, Mama, and then fainted, Ejiro confirmed, tears in his eyes. I blacked out from the lighting, Denki protested. She has a lot of reflective surface area. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Izuku said smugly, grabbing his belt and clipping it in place. And you too, he pointed to Hanta and Ejiro, laughed so hard at that villain's nose quirk you almost peed. Let's not act like I'm the only one with embarrassing moments. Yeah, but yours was a performance, Zero grinned. Your voice echoed, Ejiro added. Denki sniffled. I feel like we're bullying him. Is this bullying? Izuku just smirked as he grabbed his mask and slipped it over his curls, letting it rest on his neck for now. You can't bully me. I'm the favorite now. Zero squinted. That you're right. You're literally glowing. Glowing from All Might energy or soulmate trauma though? Denki asked. Izuku didn't answer. He just winked at them and walked out of the locker room, his boots heavy on the tile. The other three stared at each other. So we're not talking about the third glow thing? Ejiro asked. Nope, Hanta said. Absolutely not, Denki agreed. We value our lives. All Might's booming voice echoed through the training hall, practically shaking the floors as he stood proud and radiant before Class 1A. Today's activity is Heroes vs. Villains. Izuku was already bouncing slightly on his heels, eyes wide and focused, his body itching for the upcoming fight. Mina was squealing beside him, Denki had his fists up like a boxer, and Katsuki looked like he was going to punch someone just for the sake of it. As always, All Might grinned. Teams will be randomized by yours truly. He held up a small device and pressed the button. The screen behind him flickered on. Heroes: Midoriya Izuku and Todoroki Shoto. Villains: Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Ejiro. A beat of silence. What the F dash dot? Katsuki exploded from the back, teeth bared like a rabid animal. You're putting me against him with him? He jabbed a finger in Kirishima's direction and then toward Todoroki and Izuku like they had personally insulted his ancestors. Oh man, Denki whispered. There's gonna be blood. Izuku blinked, lips twitching. Of course it's Katsuki. Todoroki, standing with his arms folded and zero change in expression, muttered, I might accidentally freeze someone solid. You won't, Izuku said calmly, glancing at him. We've got this. Hell yeah, you've got this, Mina shrieked, bouncing beside them. Go full sparkle, take those BSs down. Ejiro scratched the back of his neck, already sighing. Great. I'm the only emotionally stable one in this whole DMN group. Speak for yourself, Kaminari added, cackling from the sidelines. We're watching history. Katsuki was already in Ejiro's face. You better not hold me back, you hear me, shitty hair? I'm not the one who might blow himself up with his own rage issues, Ejiro muttered under his breath, crossing his arms. Chill out, man. Katsuki snarled. Chill out. We're fighting F Deku and Icy Hot. From across the room, Todoroki coolly replied, I can hear you, you know. Katsuki flipped him off immediately. Good. Izuku just sighed, his fingers twitching as he suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. This is going to be a mess. Fun mess though, Ejiro offered with a shrug. Izuku smiled faintly. You're all right, Ejiro. Try not to vaporize me and we'll call it even, he grinned back. Katsuki and Todoroki stared each other down from across the hall, the air practically crackling with tension. All Might clapped his hands together. Now, my students. Let's not kill each other just yet, save it for the battlefield. I'm gonna kill him. Katsuki screamed. See? Todoroki said flatly, he's already breaking the rules. Izuku let out a long breath and adjusted his gloves. Time to dance with chaos. And with that, the hero versus villain battle began with a team that barely functioned and a fight that screamed emotional damage waiting to happen. The two boys stood just outside the mock facility, the concrete chill in the air matching Todoroki's aura perfectly. Izuku was crouched over, scribbling quickly in his notebook as his sharp green eyes flicked toward the digital blueprints All Might had given them. Okay, I'll sweep left if we can get Bakugo distracted long enough. I know Kirishima will hold him back from going nuclear. He's grounded like that. You can cut them off on the... I don't need a plan. Izuku froze. Todoroki stood, arms crossed, expression unreadable, the frost curling ever so slightly around his boots. I'll just freeze the building and take the bomb, he said coldly, turning to walk off toward the door. Izuku's eye twitched. No, you won't. He threw his hand out, and Todoroki stopped mid-step literally. His body locked in the air as a faint shimmer of green aura wrapped around him, holding him fast like a statue. What Midoriya? I don't give a shit about the glow right now. Izuku's voice was low and intense, his feet stomping forward. We are in heroics class. We are heroes in training. You want to be number one so bad? Then FNG act like it. Todoroki's eye twitched, and his breath came out in a slow, fogged exhale. Let go. Not until you hear me. Izuku's tone hardened. You don't get to go lone wolf just because you're set off. This isn't a psing contest, this is training. If you screw this up because you can't act like a team, I will make you regret it. Todoroki stared at him, shocked. No hesitation. No weakness. This wasn't the soft, quivering Deku from middle school. This was Midoriya Izuku, calculated, sharp, in charge. I want to win, Izuku repeated, his eyes fierce. I'm not here to babysit you or Bakugo's rage. I'm here to be a hero. So if we're going to win this thing, you either work with me, or I'll do it alone. For a second, the glow between them pulsed, quiet, dim, but not gone. Izuku let Todoroki down gently. Todoroki stood there, staring. Silent. Then, finally, he said, "What's the plan?" Izuku smirked. "Good. Now we're talking." The villain team wasn't exactly thriving in terms of teamwork. Katsuki Bakugo was already yelling before the timer even started, pacing the perimeter of the bomb like he was daring someone to challenge his authority. If that half and half Bizardi so much as breathes in my direction, I'm blowing his butt through the wall. Ejiro Kirishima sighed, running a hand through his spiky red hair. Bro, calm down. We're supposed to defend the bomb, not detonate it. Don't tell me what to do, shitty hair. Katsuki snapped, glaring with the fury of 1,000 suns. Okay, Chihuahua, Kirishima muttered under his breath with a shake of his head. You bite hard, but your bark's getting old. Katsuki exploded toward him literally, a flash of sparks snapping off his palm as he stomped closer. Say that again. I will say it again if you don't cool it. You're supposed to be tactical, man, not feral. It was a miracle they didn't start throwing hands right then and there. In another room, the surveillance team was watching through the monitors, and the students gathered there were wincing. Are they gonna fight? Denki whispered, wide-eyed. I give it 5 minutes, Jiru muttered. Mina leaned forward. I thought those two were like friends? No, Uraraka said slowly, they train together. There's a difference. Yeah, Katsuki doesn't do friends, Denki added, chewing on a straw from his juice box. At least not once he doesn't explode for fun. What no one knew, not the students, not even the teachers, was the history behind Katsuki Bakugo's rage. Not the glow, not the betrayal, not the years of bullying he'd unleashed on Izuku. That secret sat like a time bomb in the room, ticking quietly. Katsuki kept it buried, tightly locked inside, with a vicious snarl and a refusal to explain himself. And Kirishima? He didn't know. He just thought Bakugo was a hot-headed disaster with too much pride and not enough communication skills. But even he could tell something was off when it came to Bakugo and Midoriya. He just didn't know how deep the story went. Not yet. The countdown hit 0. And before anyone could blink, Bakugo exploded forward, straight past Izuku like he was invisible, feet leaving molten scorch marks on the floor. Wait, what the? Izuku blinked, frozen in place. Bros going straight for icy hot? Denki's voice cracked through the comms. Even present mixed surprise couldn't cover the feedback. Kirishima didn't wait for Izuku to process it. Sorry, dude, he roared, his arm already hardened like steel. Izuku barely dodged the first punch, his instincts kicking in. What the hell is going on today? Kirishima came at him again with a flying knee. Izuku ducked, pivoted, and countered with a fast uppercut to the gut, forcing Kirishima back. I thought we were supposed to be teammates. Izuku grunted as they exchanged rapid blows. Training, man. Kirishima grinned through a bruise forming on his cheek. No holding back. Izuku scoffed, his quirk glowing around his hands as he grabbed a piece of broken ceiling tile and launched it like a discus. Kirishima blocked it, but it gave Izuku an opening to rush in, drop to the ground, and sweep his legs out from under him. I don't have time for this, Izuku shouted, voice laced with panic as the building shook from another explosion upstairs. Kirishima flipped back to his feet, panting. What's got you so wound up? A thunderous crash cut through the hallway. Izuku didn't answer. He looked up toward the stairwell, his heart screaming. Something was wrong. Another blast rocked the floor, the lights flickering, pipes cracking. Then, through the calm's dead silence, Izuku froze. His quirk buzzed hard under his skin. He looked Kirishima dead in the eyes. "You hear that?" Kirishima opened his mouth then stopped. Nothing. They were jammed. The only sound left was the muffled roar of fire and ice colliding. And then, above them, "End it." Todoroki's voice roared from the upper floor, shaking the walls like a goddamn earthquake. Kirishima froze. His hardened form dropped like a stone, his eyes wide. What did he just say? Izuku's heart cracked. He shoved Kirishima into the wall with a wave of telekinesis, snapping metal restraints around him like duct tape. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "You're done." Kirishima didn't struggle. His voice came out low, shaken. Did he just break the bond? Izuku didn't answer. Because he was already running. Upstairs was war. Fire lit the ceiling. Shards of ice sliced through walls and cracked steel beams. And right in the eye of the storm, Bakugo and Todoroki, unleashed. "Effing coward!" Bakugo howled, lunging with explosions ripping from his palms. "Let it go!" Todoroki snarled, hurling jagged ice like spears. "I never wanted it." Izuku didn't pause. He snapped his hands forward and snatched both of them midair, slamming them into opposite walls, breathing hard, rage bubbling under his skin. "Enough!" he screamed. The building rattled under the pressure of his telekinesis. "You're acting like children. This is supposed to be training." Bakugo twisted in the air, face red, teeth bared. "You," he spat. "Why the hell did you break the bond? Why now? Why is this your breaking point? Not when I beat you bloody. Not when I—" Izuku's hand curled into a fist. "Why the F did it take him for you to finally let go of me?" Bakugo shouted, tears forming, breath ragged. Todoroki's face was pale. He'd gone quiet. Izuku stared, body shaking. Then he walked toward Bakugo and punched him across the jaw. The room echoed. "I'm so sick of emotionally constipated idiots," Izuku growled. "You beat me for years and only now you want to talk? You let your fists say everything, Kaken. Fine. Then listen to mine." The monitors were dead. The teachers were out of range. No one knew what happened except Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima, still restrained downstairs, chest heaving with the weight of what he'd heard. The bond wasn't just breaking, it was bleeding. The air was thick with anger, regret, grief. It wrapped around them like smoke, suffocating. Izuku didn't have time to think before Katsuki came at him again, teeth bared, fists flying like bullets. And this time, Izuku met him halfway. They were fire and fury, old wounds reopened and fresh ones landing harder. Every punch from Katsuki screamed, "Don't leave me." Every hit Izuku returned shouted, "You already did." And then, cracked across the floor. "Enough." Todoroki's voice was calm, but laced with venom. "If you two are gonna beat the shit out of each other, at least include me." They both turned. Todoroki stepped into the ring, the faint flicker of flame on one side and frost blooming across the other. "I'm tired of pretending this bond didn't hurt me. I'm tired of waiting for you two to get over your drama." Izuku's eyes darkened. "Drama? Is that what you think this is?" he snapped. "You weren't the one burned alive emotionally for 10 years. You don't get to." "I know pain," Todoroki growled, the flames rising higher, "and don't you effing assume otherwise." Katsuki just stood there for a second, blood trickling from his split lip, panting. "Don't get in the way." "No," Todoroki snapped, stepping forward. "You still haven't rejected me. And I know why." Katsuki's fists flared, but he didn't answer. Todoroki scoffed. "Because you don't want to lose Izuku. And that's Fed. Because it means you're fine with letting me burn." Izuku's rage boiled. "What gives you the right?" he barked, launching toward Todoroki now, slamming a glowing fist into his jaw, sending him skidding back. Todoroki wiped blood from his mouth, eyes flaring with challenge. "You did. When you rejected me like it was nothing. I didn't ask for this." Izuku yelled, voice cracking now. "I never asked for this stupid glow, or for you or for him. He pointed at Katsuki, furious. I just wanted to be a hero. Katsuki finally moved, shoving both fists toward the ground, blowing the floor apart beneath them and forcing them all to jump back. You think I don't know that? Katsuki barked. You think I haven't seen that look in your eyes since we were kids? I know what I did. I know, okay? I was scared. Todoroki turned to him, face hard. Then reject me, Bakugo. And this. No. The word fell like a bomb. Izuku blinked, torn between rage and shock. Todoroki stepped forward again. Why the hell not? Because if I do, Katsuki shouted, voice hoarse, I lose Izuku forever. And I'll deal with the pain, I'll take it. I'll take anything if it means I'm still tied to him. Todoroki's fists trembled. That's selfish. Katsuki laughed bitterly. Yeah. No sheet. Izuku had enough. He launched between them, shoving Todoroki with his quirk, grabbing Katsuki by the shirt, eyes blazing. Then what the hell am I supposed to do? Huh. Be in a bond that neither of you want to fully be in? Let the glow torture all of us until we're insane. Silence. Only the sound of shallow breathing. Izuku shoved Katsuki back and glared between them. You two want to be pathetic? Fine. But leave me the hell out of it. He turned to leave. And this time neither of them followed. All Might burst through the wrecked training arena, doors flying off their hinges like tissue paper in a storm. Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. Young Todoroki, he bellowed, his eyes wide with panic. What is the meaning of this? But it was already over. The tension in the air was suffocating like the ghost of a fight too ugly to be saved. Izuku stood in the center of the ruined room, his breath shallow, the back of his fist still bloodied from that final punch. Todoroki leaned against a shattered wall, arms crossed, bruised and silent. Katsuki stood to the side, unmoving, head down, hair casting. Shadows over his eyes. In the middle of the floor, Kirishima lay blinking at the ceiling, dazed but unharmed at least physically. Izuku moved first. He bent down, arms aching, and gently lifted Kirishima up with both hands, steady and careful. His green eyes had dimmed again, but his expression was unreadable. Kirishima opened his mouth to say anything but Izuku gave him a small shake of the head. I'm fine, Izuku said softly, voice ragged. You don't have to say anything. Kirishima frowned. But I know, Izuku interrupted, gently but firmly. You didn't know. You and Mina, you're happy. You should be. That bonded special. Kirishima's jaw clenched, guilt swirling in his eyes like a storm. We flaunted it in front of you like it didn't mean anything. I didn't know I didn't think. Izuku gave him a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. Don't feel bad. It's not your fault my bond is hell. Yours isn't. And I'd never wish this on anyone else. The weight of those words hit Kirishima hard. He wanted to argue, to say Izuku wasn't fine, that he'd seen the way Izuku shook when he fought, the way his glow dimmed more and more each day, but Izuku had already turned away. All Might stepped toward them, eyes darting across the destroyed arena, the busted walls, the scorched floor. Midoriya. Bakugo. Todoroki, he trailed off, his voice quieter now. This wasn't a battle exercise. This was a war zone. No one said anything. Izuku walked away from them all, blood still dripping from his knuckles, but his steps were steady. Kirishima watched him go, heart heavy. And behind him, Todoroki and Katsuki stood still tied to Izuku by a glow neither of them could bear to look at anymore. As they limped down the hallway toward Recovery Girl's office, the air was quiet except for the faint hum of the fluorescent lights and the uneven shuffle of their footsteps. Kirishima kept glancing at Izuku, unsure if he should say something. His mind was spinning, so much had happened in so little time, and he felt like he'd only scratched the surface of what Izuku was carrying. Izuku, ever perceptive, caught the look inside, his voice hoarse but steady. Kirishima. The redhead looked over immediately, alert. Yeah. Izuku didn't look at him, just kept his eyes fixed ahead. Please don't tell the others. Kirishima blinked. About what? The fight. My soulmates. All of it, Izuku said, voice barely above a whisper. They don't need to know how messy things are. How complicated? Kirishima hesitated, then nodded. Alright, I won't say anything. Promise. Izuku finally glanced over at him, his expression unreadable but grateful. Thanks, Ejiro. Kirishima smiled, though there was a sadness in it. For what it's worth, you're not alone, man. Even if it feels like it. Izuku gave a small nod but didn't say anything else. They walked the rest of the way in silence, side by side. One bleeding. One burdened. Both pretending things were a little more okay than they really were. The moment the classroom door slid open, the energy in 1A shifted like someone had flipped a switch. Izuku and Ejiro barely had a second to step inside before the chaos hit them full force. What happened? Mina shrieked, practically sprinting across the room. You guys were out forever. Denki added, already grabbing at Izuku's arm like he could shake the truth out of him. I saw the security feed glitch, what did you do? Hagakure's voice echoed from somewhere near Mina's left elbow. Uraraka's eyes were wide, concerned. Are you okay? You didn't look hurt when you left, but still. Izuku blinked, utterly overwhelmed, while Ejiro instinctively stepped between him and the mob of friends. It was nothing, seriously, Ejiro said, flashing his classic sharp-toothed grin. Just some wires crossed during the match. You know how intense Bakugo can get. And Todoroki, Izuku added quickly, keeping his tone light and unreadable, guy practically freezes time when he's annoyed. The class laughed a little, just enough to take the edge off. But the concern still hung in the air. Mina narrowed her eyes. That doesn't explain why you two vanished for an hour. We got held back by All Might, Ejiro said with a shrug. Extra notes, some advice, nothing dramatic. You're both terrible liars, Hagakure muttered. Totally suspicious, Denki added. But the bell rang before they could be interrogated further, and the students reluctantly made their way to their seats. Izuku let out a breath of relief, settling back down next to Denki and in front of Uraraka. As the class calmed down, Izuku caught Ejiro's eye across the aisle. A small nod passed between them. Nothing happened. No soul glow drama. No fists. No heartbreak. Just two tired boys who kept their truths close and carried on. The classroom door slid open again, this time with less chaos, but just as much weight. Todoroki walked in first, bandages peeking out from under his uniform collar, a butterfly bandage on his cheekbone. Behind him was Bakugo, his lips split and healing, knuckles wrapped tight in gauze. He didn't look at anyone. Neither did Todoroki. And then came All Might, towering in his thin form, an awkwardly bright smile barely masking the fatigue around his eyes. Young heroes, he greeted, clasping his hands together. We'll be continuing the rest of hero training tomorrow. Everyone could feel the pause in that sentence. All Might's gaze swept briefly over to Izuku, who didn't even flinch, then to Bakugo and Todoroki. Some of our more spirited students needed a little extra time today. His smile twitched. Now that things have calmed down, we'll pick up where we left off in the morning. Kaminari leaned over to whisper to Jairu, that's code for someone got there but kicked. Jairu whispered back, no way, that was just someone. Both Bakugo and Todoroki looked like they were used as punching bags. From the corner, Siro added, Izuku got them good, huh? Ejiro smirked but stayed quiet. He knew the truth. And honestly, it was still insane to think about. Bakugo stomped to his seat without saying a word. Todoroki followed, sliding into his chair with the same icy silence. Both boys stared forward, ignoring everyone around them. Mina turned to Izuku with wide eyes. Okay, you have to tell us something now. What did you do? Izuku just sipped from his juice box, his second one today, his comfort snack, and smiled softly, eyes unreadable. Tomorrow's gonna be interesting, he said quietly. And everyone felt it. The sun was beginning to set, casting golden streaks. Across the pavement as Izuku strolled down the familiar path home, juice box in hand, the straw clamped lightly between his lips. His other hand held his phone, scrolling through the latest hero news, mostly filler coverage of Endeavor's last villain takedown and a new debut from Mirko. It was nice to just be in his head, with the buzz of the city fading into background noise. Du. Izuku. Two voices, one gruff, one low and firm cut through the air behind him. Izuku didn't even hesitate. He sighed dramatically, rolled his eyes so hard he thought they might stick, turned on his heel, and ran. "Oh, hell no, get back here, nerd!" Katsuki bellowed behind him. "I just want to talk, Midoriya," Todoroki called, oddly calm for someone who was now sprinting down the sidewalk. Izuku didn't stop. In fact, he sped up, his legs pumping with trained precision, backpack bouncing against his back, juice box still in hand. He had stamina. He had speed. He was built for this. And most importantly, he had longer legs than both of them. "Not today, trauma twins," he shouted back over his shoulder, twisting around a lamppost like a track star on a mission. Bakugo was fast, but his rage slowed him down with every curse word. Stop running, you demon glow-stained." Todoroki was quieter, but equally determined. "You can't outrun regret," he called out. "I can outrun you." Izuku yelled back, hair whipping in the wind, grin wide despite the ache in his chest. He didn't care what they had to say. Not now. Not after all of it. If they wanted to fix things, they were going to have to earn the right to speak to him. And they were going to have to keep up first. Izuku perched on the thick branch of the tree like it was a throne, juice box still in hand, legs swinging idly. He thought he'd bought himself a few minutes of peace, maybe enough time to catch his breath and enjoy the fading daylight, but no. Of course not. Because his soulmates were relentless. Boom. Katsuki exploded into the air like a missile, landing with a thud on a nearby branch, crouched like some unholy gremlin with his fists still sizzling. Right beneath Izuku, Todoroki lifted himself up on a rising platform of ice, cool and composed as ever, but the flush in his cheeks betrayed him. Izuku didn't even flinch. He just took a long sip of his juice box and glared at both of them like they were stray cats circling his lunch. "F," he said plainly. "What do you want with me now? Haven't you both done enough?" Todoroki frowned, eyes sharp and cold. "He needs to end it," he said, gesturing at Katsuki. "The bond. He won't do it. You rejected us, and it's done. He needs to let go." "Shut the hell up, half and half," Katsuki snarled, spinning to face him. "You're not gonna decide this for me." "Oh, you don't get to play righteous," Todoroki snapped back. "He only rejected me because he had to. You broke him first." Izuku dropped his head back with an exasperated sigh, juice box now hanging from one hand. "God," he groaned. "Do you two ever hear yourselves? You act like I'm FANG prize you have to fight over. You still want the glow." Katsuki barked suddenly, snapping his eyes to Izuku, a desperate edge under all the fire. "You still feel it, I know you do. You only rejected it in the moment because of him, because you were mad." Izuku's head turned slowly, calm as a storm about to break. "You're right," he said. "I do still feel it. That doesn't mean I want it." Both of them went silent. Izuku sat up straighter and looked down at them. "You two need to figure your own shit out. I'm not your FING middleman. If you can't handle each other, you sure as hell can't handle me." Todoroki's mouth opened, but Izuku didn't give him the chance. "You want answers? Figure it out yourselves. You want closure? Work for it. Because I'm done being in the middle of your mess." Then, with a small burst of telekinesis, he launched himself from the tree and landed cleanly on the grass below. He didn't look back. Let them sit in the mess for once. Katsuki walked alone. The sky above was smeared with orange and indigo, the dying sun hanging low behind the clouds like it couldn't decide whether to stay or go. Kind of like him. His boots crunched against gravel, each step a sharp echo in the silence of the quiet neighborhood streets. It felt wrong that it was so quiet. The world should be screaming, crashing something. But it was just him. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, sweaty from the run. His lungs still ached, but not from exertion. From something deeper. He could still hear Izuku's voice, flat, distant, cruel in a way Izuku had never been before. "Figure it out yourselves. I'm done being in the middle of your mess." His fists clenched at his sides. Katsuki hadn't cried. Not this time. Not in front of him. He had nothing left to say that didn't come out as screaming, punching, or shaking. He wanted to explode something. Anything. But there was nothing around but streetlights and shadows. It was getting old. It was getting so FING old. I'd kinda like it if you'd call me. He didn't want to admit it, but his phone was in his pocket. Unread messages still on the screen. From middle school extras. Ida for notes. His mom. Not from him. Katsuki dragged a hand down his face. Every part of him burned. Not from Quirks, not from the fight. It was inside him twisting and gnawing, a hunger he couldn't starve and a wound he couldn't stitch. All alone. 'Cause I'm so over being lonely. It was laughable, wasn't it? The mighty Bakugo Katsuki. The best. The strongest. The future #1. And yet he had nothing. Not Izuku. Not Shoto. Not even a thread of that glowing tether left to feel without guilt gnawing at his ribs. He kept walking. He had lost it. Every moment he thought of Izuku, not the one today, not the tall, glowing, quirk-wielding heartbreaker, but the one that used to trip over his own shoes to catch up with Katsuki. That stupid notebook clenched to his chest. Those stupid wide eyes. That dumbass smile. Gone. He made sure of it. No one tried to read my eyes. No one but you. Katsuki stopped in front of the small park they used to train in when they were kids. The same swing set. The same torn-up patch of grass where he used to blast trees for practice. He sat down hard on the swing, chains groaning beneath him. He reached into his pocket. His phone glowed to life. Izuku's contact stared back at him. No message. Not even one. Katsuki clenched the phone so tight he thought it might crack. Come on, don't leave me, it can't be that. He almost texted. He almost begged. But instead, he shoved the phone back in his pocket, burying his face in his hands, elbows to knees. Katsuki imagined it. Izuku looking at him without hate. Izuku calling him Kaken again, that soft way he used to. Izuku forgiving him. Just for a second, he let himself believe it. Then he crushed that hope under his heel. Izuku was never coming back to him. Not really. Not in the way Katsuki needed. Because Katsuki didn't just want forgiveness. He wanted to be wanted. Maybe I lost my mind. But Izuku had. Izuku always did. And Katsuki destroyed the one person who ever tried. Now he was alone. Just him, the darkening sky, and a soul glow that wouldn't go out no matter how much he tried to burn it away. The sky was starting to bruise purple when Izuku turned away from the shortcut home. He didn't want to go back. Not yet. His backpack weighed heavier than usual, not because of books or supplies, but because of the war behind his ribs. Because of them. Katsuki and Shoto. His soulmates. His mistakes. The wind was cool as it brushed his curls from his forehead. His legs took him past the train station, past the bakery he used to visit with his mom, past the corner Katsuki used to wait on to walk to school together years ago. Izuku clenched his jaw, blinking the sting out of his eyes. He wished he could explain it better. Wished it didn't feel like lying to himself to say he was better without them. But maybe, just maybe, he was. He kicked a pebble down the sidewalk. The ache in his knuckles still throbbed from earlier reminders of fists thrown, of things that should have been said with words instead of bruises. He didn't even know why he still ached for them. Why he kept replaying things he wished he said sooner. Why the glow still burned faintly around him. He pulled out his phone, looked at his drafts. An unsent message stared back. You hurt me. But I loved you anyway. He deleted it. He passed the school they all used to go to. Middle school. Where he'd sit in the back and pretend Katsuki's words didn't stick to his skin like gasoline. Where he'd ignore how much his mother cried when he came home bruised and quiet. Where he kept making excuses for both of them, for Katsuki, for Todoroki, for himself. Did either of them even see him? Not as a punching bag or a disappointment, but as a person? Izuku scoffed at his own bitterness, kicking harder at the pavement. He hated feeling like this, resentful, hurt, angry. He hated that he still loved them. Hated that their rejection had made him feel more broken than being quirkless ever had. He still remembered the panic in Todoroki's voice, the guilt in Katsuki's hands. Too little, too late. Izuku stopped walking. Just stood there. On an empty sidewalk under a flickering street lamp. His heart felt hollow. The bond was breaking. But not cleanly. He closed his eyes. He could still feel Katsuki's hand in his collar. Shoto's words like knives in his back. That moment they stood before him, still expecting something from him. Still not taking responsibility. Still making him carry everything. He took a deep breath. Then another. It didn't help. He kept walking. He wasn't going to answer anymore. He was done answering. Izuku wiped at his cheek. It was cold. He hadn't realized he was crying. Because Izuku would have never treated someone like that. Not someone he loved. Not someone who was supposed to love him back. He looked up at the streetlights. Same ones he used to walk under as a kid, fantasizing about becoming a hero. Dreaming of Katsuki beside him. Dreaming of soulmates and fate and love and bullshit. All of it. Izuku bit his lip hard. Hard enough to taste blood. But he didn't cry anymore. Because Izuku had things to do. He had a future to build. He stopped at the overlook, the one that gave a perfect view of the city skyline. He used to dream here, of capes, of saving people. Now he just dreamed of peace, of space, of quiet. Just effin' leave me alone. He pulled out his juice box from his bag, sipping it with shaking hands. His mother had packed for today. He smiled at the thought. His mom still saw him. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Todoroki walked home alone. It was always quiet on the walk back to the estate. Too quiet. Not even the gravel beneath his shoes dared to crunch too loud. The wind whispered around him, brushing against the back of his neck like ghosts of moments he ruined. His chest hurt. Not in the physical way, like the bruises Izuku had left when he threw that punch. No, this was different, deeper. A cut made from his own hands, the blade sharp with hesitation, the wound wide from indecision. He never said it out loud. But it was true. Ever since the first time he saw them. Katsuki arrogant, wild, breathtaking. Red eyes sharp enough to cut, skin like marble, the kind of chaos Shoto had always been warned to stay away from. But he couldn't. He couldn't look away. And Izuku. Izuku with the effing glow of a god, green eyes so bright he thought they might blind him. The curve of his smile when he talked to his friends, the sound of his laughter, even the weight of his fists. It all stuck to Shoto's skin like fire. He met them 3 days ago. 3. That's all it took to ruin him. You get me through every dark night? I'm always gone, out on the go. Shoto stepped through the estate gates, the security system chirping as it recognized his code. The same code he'd been typing since he was 6. Everything was the same. Nothing felt the same. The moment he entered, the coldness wrapped around him not from his quirk, but from the walls, the floors, the silence. He passed by the kitchen. Empty. By the grand staircase. Empty. No Fuyumi. No Natsuo. Just him. Him and the memory of their soul glow, still burning faintly in the back of his mind. And Katsuki. The only bond left. The only thread still clinging between them. Katsuki hadn't rejected him yet. Why hadn't he? Shoto stepped into his room and closed the door. He didn't bother turning the lights on. The soft glow of the city through his balcony window was enough. He slumped down onto the floor beside his bed, back against the wall, head tilted back. The ceiling didn't offer any answers, but he stared anyway. He told them to break it. Told them soulmates were weak. Told them what endeavor beat into him from the moment he could walk. And yet, Shoto squeezed his eyes shut. He could still feel the sting of Izuku's words, so sharp, so precise, like he'd been preparing them for years. Like every bruise Todoroki tried to hide, Izuku could see anyway. And Katsuki hadn't said much. Not then. Not when he was supposed to. Just ran after Izuku like he always did. Because Katsuki and Izuku, they had years between them. A shared childhood, shared pain, a shared history that Todoroki could never touch. But even so, even if he was only there for 3 days, he still wanted them. Shoto dragged his knees to his chest. He hated this. Hated the ache in his chest that came every time he tried to imagine Katsuki saying it, "I reject you." Hated that he almost wanted it. That maybe if Katsuki said it, the pain would stop. The bond would die. But at the same time, maybe not. Maybe it'd never stop hurting. He was supposed to be strong. Supposed to rise above emotion, above weakness. That's what he was told. What he was raised to believe. But Izuku's words, "You'll never be number one. You'll be just like him. Never more than second place." They echoed in his mind, over and over, louder than his father ever screamed. Shoto didn't want to be like his father. But he was. He made them feel the same way Endeavor made him feel. Like he wasn't enough. Like he was just something to control. He remembered when Izuku first walked into the room glowing, powerful, beautiful. It was like the light hit his skin different. And Katsuki looked like he was made of fire. And Shoto wanted to reach for both of them. Just once. Just to know what it felt like to be wanted back. But he ruined it. He rejected them before they ever had the chance to choose him. That was the thing. Shoto wasn't afraid of love. He was afraid he'd ruin it. He curled his arms around his legs, pressing his forehead to his knees. He didn't know what he wanted anymore. All he knew was that Katsuki hadn't rejected him yet. And he didn't know if he wanted him to. Was it selfish? Was it wrong? He didn't even know if he loved them yet. But he wanted them. Wanted to try. Wanted to believe it wasn't too late. And yet, the second Izuku looked at him like he was nothing, the second Katsuki ran after him, he knew what it was like to be last place. The bond wasn't gone yet. But the cracks were already there. One word from Katsuki, and it'd all be over. And maybe that would be mercy. Or maybe it would be the final nail in a coffin Shoto built with his own hands. It was early. Not just in the day, early enough that Class 1A hadn't started filtering into their seats yet. The sun was barely peeking through the glass windows, casting long shadows along the corridor walls. The building was quiet, unnaturally so, the kind of hush that only happens when pain is heavy and sleep hasn't been kind. Izuku stood by the doorframe, backpack slung lazily over one shoulder, curls still a little damp from his morning shower. His fingers fidgeted at the hem of his uniform blazer. His eyes scanned the hallway once, twice, then landed on the one person who had been watching him from the moment he entered the classroom. "Ejiro," Izuku said quietly. Not a whisper. Just soft enough that it didn't carry to anyone else. Kirishima sat up straighter. "Yeah. Can I talk to you? Alone?" Izuku didn't wait for a response. He turned, already walking. "No fair." Mina called behind him with a pout. "Is this a secret best friend meeting?" Denki leaned dramatically over his desk. "If this is soulmate gossip and you leave me out, I will cry actual tears." Izuku smiled over his shoulder, light but strained. "I'll tell you later. Promise." Kirishima was already standing, already following. His heart thudded in his chest, not from nerves, but from instinct. Whatever this was, Izuku needed him. Izuku led them down the corridor, past classrooms and supply closets, until they reached the far wing, the hallway no one ever went down unless they were lost or late beyond reason. The abandoned bathroom. The one that always smelled weird and echoed too loud. Izuku pushed open the door. Silence. Dim light. The tile was cold even through their shoes. He didn't say anything for a moment. Just paced. Kirishima waited, not pushing, not speaking. Finally, Izuku stopped, hands gripping the edge of the rusting porcelain sink, head bowed like the weight of the mirror above it was just too much to bear. "I already rejected them," Izuku said. Voice hollow. "Both of them." I said the words. I felt the snap. And yet... He looked up at Ejiro's reflection in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, not from crying but from not sleeping. "It still hurts." Kirishima stepped forward slowly. "Aizu, I don't know why I still want them," Izuku said, voice cracking ever so slightly. "They hurt me. They hurt me, Ejiro. Katsuki, he's been hurting me since we were kids. Todoroki rejected me after barely knowing me, like the thought of being my soulmate was a burden." Izuku's fists clenched on the sink edge, white-knuckled. "I should hate them. I should despise them." Ejiro moved closer, a quiet, strong presence. "I should be relieved. I should be happy it's over." Izuku shook his head, curls bouncing with the movement. "But I still want them. I still look at the door when someone knocks. I still think maybe they'll call out to me. I still Ejiro, I still dream about them." He let go of the sink and took a breath, trying to steady his voice. "I keep asking myself what the hell is wrong with me. You're in love, Ejiro said simply. Izuku turned to face him, eyes wide. Then why does it feel like I'm being punished for it? Kirishima stepped forward and without hesitation pulled Izuku into a hug. The taller boy tensed for a second, then melted into it, the tremors in his shoulders giving him away. He didn't cry. Not exactly. Kirishima held him tighter. You're not being punished, he murmured against Izuku's shoulder. You're just hurt. And people like us, we don't know how to stop loving. Even when it hurts. Even when we should. I don't know how to stop, Izuku whispered, voice barely holding together. And I hate that. Kirishima didn't try to fix it. Didn't say it would get better. He just stood there, solid and unwavering, holding Izuku together while the taller boy fell apart in silence. And in the quiet, broken stillness of a half-lit bathroom no one ever used, Izuku finally let someone see the pieces. The hallway was quiet again as Izuku and Ejiro walked back toward the classroom, their steps slow, steady, like the tension in Izuku's chest was finally easing off the throttle just a little. They made a detour without saying a word, both of them veering toward the vending machines like it was instinct. Kind of was. When emotions ran high, sugar helped. Caffeine helped. Something to hold helped. The machine gave a low hum and a clunk as Izuku's energy drink fell into the tray. He crouched down, grabbed it with a quiet, thanks, bud, to the machine, then punched in the code for melon bread. You always go for that one, Kirishima noted as his peach juice dropped into place. It's comfort food, Izuku said, cracking the can open and sipping it with a grimace. Tastes like battery acid. Then why? Comfort food. Kirishima snorted and took a bite of his banana bread. You're such a m***. Tell me something I don't know, Izuku muttered. They didn't sit, but they did pause, leaning against the vending machine wall, drinks in hand, the silence more comfortable now than it had been all morning. I don't really know what I'm doing, Ejiro said after a minute, voice low and honest. With soulmates, I mean. Izuku raised a brow. You and Mina seem to be doing pretty okay. Ejiro smiled a little. Yeah. But it was easy for us. We were already friends. We already liked each other. It didn't feel complicated. Like this. He motioned loosely at Izuku. Not like what you've got going on. Izuku let out a humorless laugh. Understatement of the year. Ejiro looked at him sideways, then took another sip of his peach drink before continuing. I don't think love's supposed to be easy all the time, he said. Especially when it's real. It's messy and confusing and sometimes it hurts. But that doesn't mean you're wrong for feeling it. Izuku didn't respond. Just took another sip, then looked down at the melon bread in his hand like he couldn't decide if he wanted to eat it or throw it. I think, Ejiro continued, you just have to figure out what you need. Not what they want. Not what the glow is telling you. Not even what I or anyone else says. Just what you want. And what's worth holding on to. I want peace, Izuku said, voice so quiet it barely carried. Kirishima nodded. Then start with that. They stood in silence again, the vending machine buzzing softly beside them. Izuku finally took a bite of the melon bread, chewing slowly. He didn't taste it much, but it was warm, soft, grounding. Thanks, Ejiro. Always. They walked back to class, shoulders brushing as they went, neither of them saying another word. Just two boys. One a little more patched together than before. The other doing his best to hold him steady. Izuku and Ejiro barely got 3 steps into the classroom before chaos found them again. Izuku didn't break stride, he beelined straight for Denki, who was mid-conversation with Shiro, utterly unsuspecting. With a dramatic, pitiful groan, Izuku collapsed forward onto the smaller boy, draping himself over him like a weighted blanket of pure exhaustion. Thanks, Izuku whined, voice muffled into his back. My body is jello. I am jello now. Carry me like one of your French jellies. Ak, why are you so heavy now? Denki flailed beneath him. Midoriya, I'm not a human mattress. I have bones. Izuku just shoved his energy drink into Denki's hand. Drink this. For your suffering. Denki grumbled, what kind of compensation is this? But took a sip anyway. His eyes immediately widened. Tastes like someone juiced a lightning bolt. What is this? Battery acid with hints of ambition, Izuku mumbled, face still buried in Denki's shoulder. I hate you, Denki groaned. Love you too, Jellybean. Then a shriek. Me next. Mina cried, flying through the air like a pink missile. No. Too late. She landed right on top of both boys, legs wrapped around Izuku's torso, head on Denki's back, stealing a bite out of Izuku's melon bread mid-descent. This is so soft, she hummed, chewing happily. Also, Midoriya, you taste like despair and sugar. I'm having a breakdown, Izuku said serenely. Zero wandered over, casually plopping down onto the growing pile. Is this a dog pile or a human souffle? Both, Izuku replied with alarming calm. You guys are gonna get us all expelled, Kaminari wheezed beneath the weight. Then came Ejiro, the final piece of the structural nightmare. Okay, make room, Kirishima coming in hot. He flopped, and that was it. A loud crack split through the air like a gunshot. Crash. The chair snapped. The desk folded under them like cheap origami. There was a gasp, then a spray of liquid as Izuku's energy drink burst like a shaken soda bottle, showering them in sticky, citrusy chaos. A second pop followed, and Ejiro's peach drink joined the rain like a fruity monsoon. It's in my eyes, Denki screamed. I'm too sweet for this, Mina howled. My melon bread. Izuku mourned. The room froze for a split second, then the entire class erupted into laughter. Even Todoroki, half asleep at his desk, cracked the smallest smile. Ida sputtered and waved his arms in protest, trying to maintain order, but his voice was completely drowned out by the cacophony of laughter. Aizawa, from behind his yellow sleeping bag, didn't even lift his head. Just muttered a deadpan, "You break it, you clean it." Fair, Zero said, peach juice dripping from his hair. Izuku, still lying there in the wreckage, looked up at the ceiling and sighed. You know, I think I needed this. Denki coughed. What? Melon bread baptism? No, Izuku smiled faintly, just this. You guys. This moment. It helps. The others didn't say anything at first. They didn't need to. Then Mina flopped across his back again and said, "Dibs on your melon bread for life," and the laughter kicked back in full force. It wasn't healing. Not exactly. But it was something. And right now, that something was enough. Katsuki sat in the back of the classroom, arms crossed over his chest, scowl permanent, but the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. No, those were softer. Distant. He hadn't even meant to look. But when Izuku walked in, the sunlight practically clung to him like he was the goddamn main character in some cheesy romance anime. His curls were bouncing, his eyes bright, that dumb melon bread in hand like he hadn't been crying in a bathroom stall a few minutes ago. And then came the laughter. It was a mess, a whole disaster in motion. First Izuku slammed into Denki, then Mina tackled them both like an enthusiastic puppy. Zero and Kirishima didn't even hesitate before joining in. Then it all broke. Drinks exploded. A chair snapped. And suddenly Izuku and his new chaos crew were in a pile of limbs and sugary drinks and laughter so loud it filled the whole Diamond room. And Katsuki watched. It all. He watched Izuku smile. Watched him breathe. Watched the way his lips twitched when Mina bit his melon bread and how he didn't even get mad, just teased her back. He watched him laugh and be held and leaned on and loved. And Katsuki wanted to be happy. He was happy, right? Izuku deserved this. After everything Katsuki had done and said, every bruise, every scream, every push, he deserved to be surrounded by people who made him smile like that. Katsuki should be happy. But something deeper, darker, twisted in his chest. It wasn't fair. Why was Izuku laughing while he was choking on his own thoughts every night? Why was Izuku surrounded by warmth while Katsuki sat in the cold? Why did it feel like Izuku was healing without him? And the worst part? It was his fault. He knew that. Katsuki looked down at his hands. Bruised knuckles. Healed scabs. These fists had never been gentle. Not with Izuku. Not even when they wanted to be. He dug his teeth into his bottom lip and looked up again. Izuku was wiping off Denki's cheek with a napkin, grinning like he hadn't almost died inside a week ago. Like Katsuki hadn't crushed him. And yet, Izuku still glowed. The soul bond shimmered. But the still clinging to life, even if it was out of pure spite. Katsuki hadn't broken it. Couldn't. He hated himself for it. But he couldn't look away. He wanted to be the one who made Izuku laugh again. He wanted to be the one wiping juice off his cheek, not Kaminari or Mina or even Kirishima. But he wasn't. And maybe he never would be again. Because Katsuki chose this. And even if he regretted it every goddamn second of every day, that didn't mean he got to have Izuku back. So he stared. And he hurt. And for once in his life, he didn't say a word. The door slammed open classic Aizawa style. Everyone in Class 1A turned their heads as their ever-exhausted homeroom teacher shuffled into the room, dragging a brand-new desk behind him. Without a word, he dropped it exactly where the last one had snapped under the chaos pile of students earlier that morning. The screech of the legs on the tile was horrendous. "Try not to break this one," Aizawa said flatly, staring directly at Izuku, who was still drying peach juice from the back of his neck. Denki, now sticky and grinning like a maniac, saluted the teacher with a very not serious, "Yes, sir." Aizawa didn't acknowledge him. Instead, he reached into the deep folds of his capture weapon and pulled out a thick stack of neatly folded papers. "Pass these down," he muttered, plopping the first one on Momo's desk. She blinked in surprise but started the chain without question. "What is it?" Kaminari whispered to Mina, squinting at the paper. "Looks like a permission slip," she mumbled, already scribbling her signature and trying to read upside down as she handed it off to Jairu. "Permission for what?" Izuku asked, arching an eyebrow as he took his copy. "That's the part Aizawa-sensei forgot to mention," Kirishima said, nudging him. Izuku looked down at the form. It was a permission slip. All formal wording and blank lines for parent or guardian signatures, neat UA logos stamped in the corners. But there was nothing that said what it was for. Just one vague line at the top. UA Special Curriculum Excursion Parent Guardian Consent Required. He blinked. No date. No location. No details. What kind of cryptic school trip is this? Mina whispered loudly. Are we being kidnapped? Zero leaned over her shoulder. Maybe it's a special training mission. Like Forest Boot Camp. Or a villain simulation. Maybe they're sending us to the mountains and making us survive on moss and regrets. Denki added dramatically, face half covered in a juice-stained napkin. Aizawa finally sighed and muttered, "You'll find out when you get there." A collective groan echoed across the room. "Oh, come on," Uraraka pouted. "You're just going to ambush us?" "Heroes don't always get full mission briefs. Think of it as training." "I think of it as trauma," Mina deadpanned. Aizawa ignored them, already halfway back inside his sleeping bag. Izuku stared at his slip, tapping the paper gently against his desk. Something about this felt different. Not bad. But not normal either. You didn't just hand out mystery field trips for fun. And judging by the way Todoroki sat quietly staring at his own slip, unmoving, and how Katsuki didn't even take his eyes off the form, something was definitely up. Izuku stuffed the slip into his bag and whispered to himself, "Guess we'll find out." Lunchtime at UA was usually chaotic, but today? It was full-blown pandemonium. Not because of some villain attack, yet, or wild quirk malfunction. No, today's chaos had a different name. Robux. More specifically, the Mimic. Mina was screaming like someone was chasing her with a chainsaw. Izuku was climbing onto the cafeteria table with his bento still in hand. And Denki? Denki had unplugged someone's phone charger and nearly flung it across the room because his character got jump-scared by a grotesque hallway spirit that came out of literally nowhere. Zero, slouched beside them with a sandwich in hand, just shook his head. "You guys are hopeless. You died in the first 5 minutes," Denki hissed, pointing an accusatory chip at him. "You don't even get to talk." "I had lag," Zero lied. "No, you screamed and then jumped so hard your phone fell off the table," Mina snorted, clicking wildly as her avatar sprinted through a bamboo corridor. Ejiro sat on the edge of the chaos, arms crossed, watching the trio flail around with half a smile. "This isn't even scary," he muttered under his breath. "You haven't even played," Izuku snapped as he barely dodged the giant demon head lunging at him through the corridor. "Help! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna You hear that? Mina wheezed through laughter. That's the sound of Izuku about to piss himself. Izuku didn't even deny it. He was halfway into Mina's lap, still holding his chopsticks and bento in one hand while steering his character with the other. There is a child laughing in the hallway and I hate it. That's not part of the game, Denki deadpanned. That's Aoyama. Across the cafeteria, other students tried to eat in peace, but the screeching trio at table 3 had already become the loudest spectacle of the day. Jiraiya had headphones in. Momo was muttering something about secondhand embarrassment. Shoji was eating silently, but even he looked mildly alarmed when Denki yelped and flung a fry into the air. You guys need to open the door. Izuku shouted. I swear if one of you doesn't she's crawling, I'm gonna throw up. I opened it. Mina screamed back. To the wrong room. The entire cafeteria was now invested. Phones were out. Several students were betting on who would drop their phone next. Denki slapped Izuku's arm. You split up, we're supposed to stick together. It's not my fault you're always slow. I was getting a candle. Who cares about a candle when there's a cursed woman trying to kill us? Ejiro chuckled quietly and popped another dumpling in his mouth, glancing around at all the gawking students. Y'all are way too comfortable embarrassing yourselves in public. Can't hear you over the sound of friendship trauma, Mina grinned. She's coming. Woo woo. The alarms blared through the entire cafeteria, ear-piercing and gut-churning. The bright red emergency lights flashed like strobe warnings across every surface. All eyes turned. All conversation died. Even Mina's screen froze in place. Intruders. Everything went silent except for the final shared scream from Denki, Izuku, and Mina as their avatars were torn apart by the monster on their screens. That well sheet, Siro muttered, rising to his feet. Izuku slowly set down his phone. Denki looked around, mouth slightly open. Mina clutched her chest. Okay, that one wasn't the game, Izuku whispered, pulse racing. They stood. Everyone did. The sirens didn't stop. Intruders. And this time, they weren't digital. The sirens were still blaring as chaos swept through the cafeteria like a tidal wave. Students stood up, confused and tense, murmurs quickly escalating to yells as the lights kept flashing red. Panic rippled through the room, but amid the noise, one small group stuck out like sore thumbs. Izuku, Mina, Denki, Ejiro, and Siro had instinctively grabbed each other's hands. Okay. Group formation. Denki shouted, already squeezing Mina's hand. We look like kindergartners, Siro muttered, grabbing Izuku's wrist anyway. Good. Mina barked. Kindergartners don't die in horror movies. Is that relevant? Shut up and keep holding. They marched through the crowd, hand in hand, weaving through overturned chairs and dropped lunches like a little daisy chain of chaos. Izuku yanked the group toward the giant cafeteria window to get a view of whatever threat was supposedly at their gates. Holy hell, Ejiro muttered, squinting. They all pressed up against the glass. Izuku groaned, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It was the press. Dozens of cameras, microphones and boom mics flooded the school's front gates as reporters yelled over one another, trying to push through the barricade. Denki slumped against the glass. I almost had a heart attack over a goddamn news van. Mina screamed again, but this time in frustration. They made me die in the mimic for this? Across the cafeteria, Ida was attempting to restore order with frantic hand movements and his signature, "Excuse me," yelling, but it wasn't doing much good. Students were panicking, still yelling, some trying to evacuate while others debated if this meant no algebra class. Izuku spotted the class president candidate waving his arms dramatically and sighed. Oh, for the love of hold on. Without a word, Izuku narrowed his eyes, lifted his hand, and used his quirk. Ida suddenly floated up off the ground, legs kicking midair like a panicked beetle. What is happening? Ida! Izuku barked. Use your voice. Get everyone under control. Ida blinked down at him, stunned. Momo Yaoyorozu, who had already whipped out her stomach, finished her creation and handed Izuku a freshly made megaphone with a graceful "here." Izuku floated the megaphone up to Ida. "Use this," he called. Ida snatched it, held it with the hands of a man gripping destiny, and boomed into it with full presidential energy. "Everyone calm down and return to your seats. The situation is under control, it is only the press. No need to panic. Line up in an orderly." The cafeteria gradually hushed. Even the third years peeking in went quiet. The first years settled the hell down. Izuku gently set Ida down again. "Thanks," Ida panted, brushing his glasses. "I lost my composure there." "No problem," Izuku smiled tiredly, turning back to his friends. "Now, can someone get me another melon bread? I dropped mine mid-sprint." "Trauma snack?" Denki asked. "Trauma snack," Izuku confirmed. Mina nodded solemnly. "Say less." As the cafeteria slowly returned to its usual buzz, though now with just a touch more adrenaline, Zero sauntered up to Ida, who was still clutching the megaphone like it was the sword of a knight who had just saved his people. Zero grinned and reached up to gently pat Ida's head. "You did good, babe." Ida froze like someone had hit his reboot switch. His face lit up in a shade of red so fierce it almost matched Kirishima's hair. He looked away immediately, pushing his glasses up to hide the twitch in his expression. "Zero," Ida hissed in a sharp whisper, clearly flustered but making no move to stop the petting. That was highly inappropriate conduct in front of the student body. "You still liked it though," Zero teased, fingers now brushing through the strands of Ida's perfectly combed hair. "That's not the point. You're not denying it. I refuse to engage in this line of..." Ida's voice cracked. Denki, Mina, and Izuku were already wheezing on the sidelines, watching Ida slowly overheat like an overworked motherboard. Izuku wiped a tear from his eye, his smile relaxed now that the panic had faded. "God," Mina cackled, "you two are such a married couple and it's only day 3. "I'm not even surprised," Denki added. "Zero is peak chaos and Ida is a golden retriever with a rulebook. It works." "I resent that," Ida tried to say, but his voice cracked again, this time with more emotion than actual protest. Zero just leaned in and gave him a wink. "I'll give you extra head pats if you admit you like me." Ida's glasses fogged up. Izuku nudged Mina. $5 he caves before lunch ends. 10 says he pretends to faint before that, Mina replied, already digging for her wallet.